What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? I'm MTGBudgetBrew, and welcome to today's stream. As you saw from the stream title, it is Semi-Sealed Saturday. Now, you are probably asking yourself, what is Semi-Sealed? Semi-Sealed is a new format that I designed specifically to be played online / really on Arena. So the way Semi-Sealed works is you start by opening a sealed product, whether it's packs, a starter deck, or something else. You start by opening a sealed product. Now, what you're going to do then is you're going to create a 60 card deck using only the card pool from the sealed product that you opened, right? Now, the big thing is, the big change compared to traditional sealed is that one, you're building a 60 card deck, but two, because we are online, we have instant access to a full playset of whatever card we want in a moment's notice, right? We don't have to actually be limited by the number of copies of a card that we pulled. You don't have to go out to the store and buy cards. You don't have to order them online and wait. We have instant access to as many copies of a card as we want. So from all the cards that we pull, or every card that we pull, you can craft a full playset of that card. That is it. You can make a full playset of any card that you pull, and then you will use that to make a 60 card deck. So yeah, that is the idea behind Semi-Sealed. I've done one video, I've done one episode of this before on my YouTube channel. I think it's a lot of fun. And I think it is an interesting way to make use of the fact that we're playing online rather than in paper. Yeah, and a couple of the rules and limitations and stuff are simply because, like, you can't make a traditional 40 card deck and, a sealed deck, 40 cards normally. You can't take that onto ladder. Your deck is illegal. It has to be a 60 card deck for you to play in any format on Arena, aside from special events. So there's just no way that you could, do a regular sealed outside of the sealed events. But I don't want to do that. Also, they're usually very limited. There's usually only a handful of sets going on. Yeah. So I want to do semi-sealed. So as you saw from the stream, it said that we were playing with Kaldheim. Here I have my wheel of sets. There are 38 entries on this wheel. There are 38 sets from Arena that are on here. So normally we would start off by spinning the wheel until we are randomly given a set to pull packs from. We are going to pretend that this says Kaldheim. Oh my God, look, we got Kaldheim. Now, the reason why is because I haven't made a thumbnail for a generic semi-sealed thumbnail, but I did make one for Kaldheim. So we're going to go with Kaldheim. Now, after spinning Kaldheim, what are we going to do? We're going to go to mtg.wtf. This site is absolutely incredible. So if you go to the site, down here at the bottom, they have a section called Sealed. You can click on this. They have a drop-down menu. You can select which sets you are pulling packs from. For us, we're going to scroll down. Actually, we could scroll down, but I'm just going to put in... Oh, can I just type... I thought that I could just type in Kaldheim, but I guess not. All right, we'll scroll down. Okay, so here is the Kaldheim section. You can see that there's like 10 different options. You've got theme boosters here. You've got a set booster, pre-release promo pack, draft booster, collector booster, and arena booster. So we're going to select Kaldheim Arena Booster. We're going to go up to 8 packs. I've tested this out before. 8 is the number that you want. And now all we have to do is hit open packs. And here are all the cards that we are going to be allowed to use to build a deck with. Now, normally when you open packs for sealed, multiple copies of a card is good because it allows you to have consistency in your deck. For us, opening multiples of a card is actually bad. It actually limits our card pool because we can already craft a full playset of any card that we plan to use. So having 2 copies of Giant Ox doesn't help us. We already could run 4 copies. That's just one less common card that we see in the set. So, seeing any card that has multiples of like three Revitalize, that's a little unlucky. Double Seraph's Packmate, we just don't need the extra copies. And that is our entire card pool. Now, the way that MTG.WTF shows the results of your pack opening is by rarity first, and then by alphabetically. So here are the 8 rares that we open from our packs. These 8 right here. And you see as we go further down, the rarity shifts. It goes to uncommon. And then as we scroll all the way further down, it becomes common cards. So these first 8 cards, they're really where you want to hit big. These are usually going to end up being the heart of your deck. So let's see what we've got to work with. First up, we have Essica, which happened to be a mythic rare, not just a regular rare, so that's nice. We have Essica, God of the Tree. 1 and 2 green for a 1/4 legendary creature god with vigilance. It says tap, add 1 mana of any color. Other legendary creatures you control have vigilance, and tap, add 1 mana of any color. The backside is the Prismatic Bridge. 5-color legendary enchantment that says at the beginning of your upkeep, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature or planeswalker card. Put that card onto the bottom, or put that card onto the battlefield, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So Essica is a good card. I don't know how good she would be for a 60-card deck. She's really great in Brawl. Great Brawl commander. But I'm really not sure that we'll have enough legendary creatures to really make her ability worth it. And I'm not sure that we just have a great payoff overall for her. The Prismatic Bridge would be, even with Essica's ability, I think the Prismatic Bridge would be a little bit challenging to cast. Wooburg mana in a format as restricted as semi-sealed, I don't know that we can get our mana base to a point where it's strong enough to consistently cast the Prismatic Bridge. Maybe, we'll see. We'll see if we try to build around her. Next up, we have Cosmos Charger. 4 mana, 3/3, Horse Spirit with Flash and Flying that says, foretelling cards from your hand cost 1 less and can be done on any player's turn. You can foretell this for 2 and a blue. That's pretty interesting. I've never paid attention to the second half of that card before. But the fact that you can foretell cards at instant speed is interesting. I think it's something that not a lot of people would see coming. And I'm not sure that it's super beneficial, but if there is some kind of good payoff for that, no one's going to see it coming. Yeah, so interesting choice. Next, we have Doomscar, which we can run a full playset of. Yeah, so if we end up going some kind of control deck, we can slot in Doomscar and try to help get us to the late game. I don't really like Doomscar as a card. I like to run creature heavy decks, and when Doomscar came out, everyone was running it. My board would get wiped all the time as early as turn 3, and that would feel very bad. And sometimes I'd get Doomscarred multiple times in a game. Also, not fun for me. But who knows, we may utilize it today. Up next, we have Draugr Necromancer. 3 and a black for a 4/4 zombie cleric. If a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, exile that card with an ice counter on it instead. You may cast spells from among cards in exile your opponent's own with ice counters on them, and you may spend mana from snow sources as though it were mana of any color to cast those spells. That one's kind of cool. Yeah, that's just a cool snow creature zombie cleric that I don't think I've ever seen anybody run before. That sounds cool. I'm interested. This would require us to run snow lands. Oh, for our mana base, when constructing a semi-sealed deck, we can use any common or uncommon lands that we want. There's no restriction on that. Any common or uncommon lands. And then, of course, if we had pulled a rare or mythic land, then we could use that as well. Full play set, just like any of our other pulls. But yeah, that helps out a little bit. So, you know, that way, if we did want to run something like a 5-color, the Prismatic Bridge, we wouldn't be stuck running just basics to try and hit all 5 colors, because that would be miserable and would essentially, you know, make it impossible to run something like the Prismatic Bridge. Next, we have Mystic Reflection. I've used this in combo deck before. It is 1 and a blue for an instant that says, choose target non-legendary creature. The next time one or more creatures or planeswalkers enter the battlefield this turn, they enter as copies of the chosen creature. Foretell this for 1 blue. So, Mystic Reflection is a really cool card, and I have used it in a successful combo deck before. I used it in a deck that would make a whole bunch of bird tokens. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the name that makes all the birds. I don't think it's also a Kaldheim card. I'm scrolling down, but I don't think we're going to see it here. I really want to look it up. Let's go to Scryfall. Defender, bird token. Wing Mantle Chaplain. Wing Mantle Chaplain is 3 and a white for a 0/3 human cleric defender that says, when this creature enters, create a 1/1 white bird creature token with flying for each creature with defender you control. Whenever another creature you control with defender enters, create a 1/1 white bird creature token with flying. So the way the combo worked is you would set up, like, let's say 3 or 4 defender creatures. Okay. You foretell the Mystic Reflections. And on the turn when you're ready to cast Wing Mantle Chaplain, what you do is you cast Mystic Reflection, targeting the Wing Mantle Chaplain. Wing Mantle Chaplain will enter. It will try to make a bird token for each defender creature that you have. So again, maybe 3, maybe 4. Well, instead of getting 4 bird tokens, you will instead get 4 token copies of Wing Mantle Chaplain. And now all of those will be trying to make 4, 5, 6, 7 birds a piece. You just make a ton of birds. You multiply the amount of birds that you're making, and it's awesome. It's really cool. It's really fun. Aside from that, I haven't found a use for Mystic Reflection. This card is otherwise, it's very cool, but I think it's otherwise kind of, I don't know, weird to use, hard to use. We'll have to see if there's any good token generation that we have within the rest of the cards that we pulled. But I'm not really feeling Mystic Reflection right now. Right now, I think I'm leaning towards the Draugr Necromancer. Let's see. The other rare we have, our next rare is Reckless Crew, which I don't think I've ever seen before in my life. 3 and a red for a sorcery. Create X 2/1 red dwarf berserker creature tokens, where X is the number of vehicles you control plus the number of equipment you control. For each of those tokens, you may attach an equipment you control to it. It's weird. That's a weird card. It doesn't sound great. The payoff for that card just seems so minuscule. Right? Am I tripping? How much mana is Colossus Hammer? So, like, best case scenario, you draw into a full playset of Colossus Hammer. On your first 3 turns, let's say you cast all 4 of them. Then on turn 4, you cast Reckless Crew. You make 4 2/1 red dwarf berserker creature tokens. And then for each of those tokens, you may attach a Colossus Hammer to it. Now, in that scenario, it's not bad. However, how many versions of Colossus Hammer are there? I think it's just this one. Like, I don't think there's a lot of other cards that cost like 1 or 2 mana for the equipment that just give an insane amount of stats that you really want to cheat onto other creatures. You could maybe run some of the swords as well as that in the deck, you know? The ones that give protection. But I don't even know how much those cost because you need them on the field. Yeah, see, like Sword of Body and Mind, Sword of Feast and Famine. If you're casting that spell on 4, you would only be able to cast one of these swords. So maybe you go triple Colossus Hammer if you're lucky enough to draw into 3 copies of that. So on turn 1, you cast 1. Turn 2, you cast 2. On turn 3, you cast one of these swords, maybe. And then on turn 4, you make your dwarves. Like, it's just not great. Yeah, so Reckless Crew. I don't think we'll be utilizing this at all. Tundra Fumarole. That is our next rare. It is 1 and 2 red for a snow sorcery that says Tundra Fumarole deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Add a colorless mana for each snow mana spent to cast a spell. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. So, you know, I don't hate that card. 3 mana, deal 4. So 3 mana removal spell, and then you get 3 floating colorless in response. I don't hate it. It's not enough of a card to build around in the deck, but if we end up going with red, I don't hate it as a removal spell. Then our final rare that we opened was Varragoth Blood Sky Sire. 2 and a black for a legendary creature demon rogue with death touch that has boast, pay 1 and a black. Target player searches their library for a card, then shuffles their library and puts that card on top of it. Activate this ability only if this creature attacked this turn and only once each turn. Varragoth's pretty cool. I've seen people use him before. I can't remember if I've ever used him. But, you know, he's pretty decent. You swing in with a death touch attacker. Not a lot of people are going to want to block it. So most people, they take the 2 damage and then you get a tutor something to the top of your library. That's not bad. So let's see. Blizzard Brawl, amazing card. One of my favorite snow cards ever. So I think right now I'm leaning in the direction of Draugr Necromancer. So I'm going to scroll down and take a look at some more of the black card options that we have. Finn the Fangbearer is an uncommon. Phenomenal to build around. Whenever a creature you control with death touch deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. I don't know how many other death touch creatures we have opened. We have at least 1, so we could go with Golgari death touch / poison counters. We got Demon Bolt. We've got Depart the Realm down here. Cinderheart Giant, 7 mana, 7/6 trample. When it dies, it deals 7 damage to a creature an opponent controls chosen at random. Okay, that's a big body. Bounding Gold is removal. Bind the Monster, that's removal. This makes a 1/1 token. Gives a creature reach. That one kind of sucks. Berg Strider, 5 mana 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, tap target artifact and opponent. Tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls. If no mana was spent to cast a spell, that permanent doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. 5 mana 4/4. Put a stun counter. Tap down a creature and put a stun counter on it, essentially. Saw it coming. Poison the Cup. We've got removal there. We have 3 of these rune cards. Rune of Speed, Flight, and Sustenance. That gives a life link. That gives haste. That gives flying. Spirit of the Alderguard. Really good bear. Really good snow card. When it enters the battlefield, you get to search your library for a snow land card revealed, put in your hand, and shuffle. It does not say basic snow land card. So if we're running 2 colors in the deck, we can run one of the dual snow lands and tutor it with Spirit of the Alderguard if we need it for mana fixing or whatever. Broken Wings, this removal. Bind the Monster, removal again. Draugr Recruiter, 4 mana 3/3 zombie cleric with boast. Pay 3 and a black. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. That's not bad. That could work decently well. Something like Varigoth. Varigoth is a 3-drop, so, you know, maybe it dies on the turn we play or the turn after, then Draugr Recruiter can bring it back, potentially. Dread Rider, 5 in a black for 3/7 Spirit Knight. Pay 1 in a black, tap, exile a creature card from your graveyard. Target opponent loses 3 life. That's kind of cool. Yeah, that's just kind of cool. Interesting stat line, 3/7. We've got Elderfang Disciple. That's just a good card. 2 mana, 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. Dusk Wielder. I don't think I know this card. 1 black for a 1/2 elf berserker with boast for 1 generic. Target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. And again, you would activate this ability only if this creature attacked this turn and only once each turn. That's interesting. I don't think it's especially good, but having a black 1-drop to help round out our curve could be good. Could be useful. We got some dual lands here. Grim Draugr, 3 mana, 3/2, snow creature, zombie berserker. Pay 1 in a snow mana. Grim Draugr gets +1/+0 and gains menace until end of turn. That's not horrible. It's a 3 mana, 3/2. The turn when you swing it, you can pay another 2. It becomes a 4/2 with menace. I think it's not horrible. Grizzled Outrider, 5 mana, 5/5 vanilla. That's pretty horrible. That's pretty bad. Icehide Troll is a pretty decent snow creature. It's a 3 mana, 2/3. You can pay 2 snow mana. So for us, it's just going to be 2 mana. It gets +2/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Tap it. So using it as a blocker, that's a pretty good ability to have. Actually, you know what? That ability, it works really well both defensively and offensively, right? If you're using Icehide Troll as a blocker, you can pay the 2, you make it indestructible. As long as you have already declared it as a blocker, it doesn't matter that you tap it. And then if you tap it and swing, you can then pay the 2 mana, give it +2/+0 and indestructible, and now you're swinging with a 4/3 indestructible creature. And you don't care that you have tapped it because you're just going to untap next turn anyway still. So that's pretty good. Immersturm Raider, I've used this card. When it enters, you can discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Iron Verdict is a foretell card that I don't think I've ever seen get played. 3 mana, deal 5 damage to target tapped creature. You can foretell it for 1 white. During your turn, you may pay 2 and exile this card from your hand face down. Cast it on a later turn for its foretell cost. Or you foretell it for 2, and then you can cast it later at instant speed for 1 white. That could potentially synergize with Bergstrider. Bergstrider comes in, taps something down. And like I said, basically puts a stun counter on it. So that could work. That also has synergy with Bind the Monster. Enchanted creature. When Bind the Monster enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature. It deals damage to you equal to its power. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. So there could be a little bit of synergy there. Invoke the Divine, artifact or enchantment removal. Jarl or Jarl. Jarl of the Forsaken, 3 and a black for a 3/2 zombie cleric with flash. When this enters the battlefield, destroy target creature or planeswalker and opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. That one's only okay. It's only okay. We've got some foretell synergy here with Carfell Harbinger. 1 in a blue for a 1/3 zombie wizard that says tap, add a blue, spend this mana only to cast a foretell card from your hand or cast an instant or sorcery spell. We've got another zombie berserker here. 5 mana, 4/4 zombie berserker. When Carfell Kennelmaster enters the battlefield, up to 2 target creatures each get +1/+0 and gain indestructible to end of turn. That's not bad. I think we could make use out of that for sure. Litjara Kinseekers. It's a weird card. 3 and a blue for a 2/4 shapeshifter changeling. When this enters the battlefield, if you control 3 or more creatures that share a creature type, put a +1/+1 counter on Litjara Kinseekers, then scry 1. So if we go with a tribal deck and slot this in, it could be a 4 mana 3/5 that scries 1 on ETB. It sounds like a lot of effort just to get a scry. Open the Omen Paths. I thought Omen Paths was a new word for the set, or through the Omen Paths. How old is it? Oh, just just this word. Okay. Well, what about Omen Path singular? There are 2 cards that use the word Omen Path. This is one of them in all of Magic. There's Open the Omen Paths, this one right here, and then also Omen Path Journey, which is 3 and a blue from the Big Score. So that came out with what is the Cowboy set? OTJ. So yeah, interesting. Priest of the Haunted Edge. This one is a very good zombie cleric. This is 1 and a black for a 0/4 zombie cleric. This is tap, sacrifice Priest of the Haunted Edge. Target creature gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is the number of snow lands you control. Activate this ability only anytime you can cast a sorcery. That's good. That is very good. Raise the Draugr. That seems cool. 1 and a black for an instant. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Or you can return 2 target creature cards that share a creature type from your graveyard to your hand. So if we go with a black zombie theme, being able to sacrifice our Priest of the Haunted Edges as removal would be very good. And then we could bring it back with Raise the Draugr, potentially even like 2 copies of it back from the graveyard to our hand, which is very nice. Raven Rings looks like a terrible equipment. This is 6 mana 6/6 worm. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 4 life. Revitalize, you gain 3 life. You draw a card. It's just good. We have Run Amok for aggro. It is very aggressive instant. 1 in a red, target attacking creature gets +3/+3 and gains trample to end of turn. Scarecrow cards are terrible, but you could foretell this and then cast it for 0, which is interesting. Sees the Spoils isn't bad. Skull Raid, target opponent discards 2 cards. If fewer than 2 cards were discarded this way, you draw cards equal to the difference. If we're going with like a mono black control type of thing, we'd probably end up running Skull Raid. We could foretell it on turn 2 and then later cast it for 1 in a black. Squash, 3 less to cast. You control a giant, deal 6 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Stalwart Valkyrie, 3 and a white for 3/2 Angel Warrior. You may pay 1 and a white and exile a creature card from your graveyard rather than pay the spell's mana cost. 2 mana for a 3/2 flyer. That one's almost cool. Way down. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. As an additional cost to cast a spell, exile creature card from your graveyard. I don't know about that. Wither Crown, this could be fun. 1 in a black for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature has base power 0 and has, at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life unless you sacrifice this creature. Strategic Planning is a pretty good blue card. Look at top 3 cards of your library, put 1 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. It's basically Surveil 3. No, it's not really Surveil 3. Draw 1. Okay. So, having taken a look at everything in here, I think red and blue are probably our weakest colors. Frostbite's pretty good removal. I think black is, and we have Disdainful Stroke, but I'm not the biggest counter spell player. Raven Hulk, 4 mana, 4/4, can't block alone. Demon Bolt deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. I don't know. Actually, red's not that bad. Red and blue, they're not that horrible. Divine Gambit, that's a risky card. Double white for a sorcery, exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment an opponent controls. That player may put a permanent card from their hand onto the battlefield. Ascent of the Worthy, I didn't bother reading this saga. Choose a creature you control until your next turn. All damage that would be dealt to creatures you control is dealt to that creature instead. That's the first 2 parts of the saga, and the third part says return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a flying counter on it. That creature is an angel warrior in addition to its other types. That's not bad. Where are white cards decent? We have Doomscar. We have Ascent of the Worthy that we could run. Could run Baskir Shieldmate just as a 2-drop to help fill out our curve. Giant Ox, it's a big body, but it doesn't really help us in any way. Iron Verdict, I think would be funny, but I think it would work better with blue. Master Scald, 4 and a white for a 4/4 Dwarf Warrior. When it enters the battlefield, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. If you do, return target artifact or enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand. Revitalize is very good. Skull Raid, Warhorn Blast. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. It's kind of whatever. Revitalize. We could run Revitalize, maybe like 2 Invoke the Divine, or maybe just like a 1 of for it. Shieldmate's decent. Valkyrie's Sword. When this enters the battlefield, you may pay 4 and a white. If you do, create a 4/4 white angel creature. White angel warrior creature token with flying and vigilance, then attach Valkyrie Sword to it. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. So you could pay 7 mana to get a 6/4 flyer with vigilance. It's kind of a lot. Draugur's Helm. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 and a black. If you do, create a 2/2 black zombie berserker creature token, then attach Draugur's Helm to it. Equipped creature has +2/+2 and has menace. It costs 2 to cast originally. Equipment. The cost to equip is 4. So for 5 mana, you get a 4/4 with menace. That's not horrible. It's not great, but it's not horrible. Draugur Necromancer. So I think we're going to go with some kind of Orzhov control package, some kind of Orzhov control deck. So the first card that we're adding to our deck for sure is Draugur Necromancer. Let's see. Got 29 rares and 47 mythics. Draugur Necromancer seems really good. I'm probably going to want this to be a 4 of. Varragoth is a legendary. It is only a 3-drop. Probably run 3 copies of that. Scent of the Worthy. Choose a creature you control until your next turn. All damage that would be dealt to creatures you control is dealt to that creature instead. This is maybe like a 2 of, I think. Poison the Cup is a really good removal spell. Poison Cup, that can be a 4 of in the deck. It can. I don't know if I want to run Doomscar, but we could run 2 copies of Doomscar. Let's see. Draugur's Helm. This card I think is cool. But we really wouldn't want to cast it on turn 2. So it'd really be like a 5-drop. So we'd only want, I think, 2 copies of that. We have any 3-drop creatures? Elderfang, Disciple. That's an easy 4 of. We don't have a lot of 1-drop options. We did see Dusk Wielder. How are we on 3 drops? A lot of Poison the Cup. We have the Varagoths. We have the Ascent of the Worthy. We also have Grim Draugr. Grim Draugr, I think, would be really good. Draugr. 3 mana, 3/2. You pay 1 in a snow. This gets +1/+0 and gains menace until end of turn. I think that's going to connect for 4 damage a lot of the time. Jarl of the Forsaken. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature or planeswalker and opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. I don't know how I feel about that one. Or you know what? Priest of the Haunted Edge. That one's really good. Okay. Let me discard these changes. We might even just go mono black. Let me see. Let me pull up Draugr cards. So Grim Draugr, sick. Draugr Necromancer, I think is going to be really good as well. Draugr Recruiter. Did we open one of these? I don't think we did, which is unfortunate. That one would be cool. So these would be good. Priest of the Haunted Edge, also really, really good. Elderfang. Disciple, for sure going in the deck as well. These all seem pretty guaranteed to go into our final deck list. Duskwielder is a maybe. If we really wanted to have a 1-drop, that would be it. Oh, we did draw, or we did open Draugr Recruiter. We opened 2 copies of it. I didn't read it for some reason. But it was a 4 mana 3/3 zombie cleric, boast, 3 and a black. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. I don't hate it. What does Necromancer do? Oh, we exile stuff our opponents. We exile creatures that our opponents control when they die, and then we can cast them later. Okay, so us having a lot of removal in the deck. Actually, does it specifically say die? It does say die. Yeah, us having a lot of removal in the deck is very relevant and important for our game plan. So let's see. We definitely want Poison the Cup. Probably just a full playset of that. How do I not have a full playset of Poison the Cup? It's crazy. Varagoth. At least 2 copies of Varagoth should be in the deck, I think. Now, 46. How many white cards would I want to run? We could still do full play set of Doomscar. We could run Beskir's Shieldmate. Revitalize for sure is going in the deck. That'd be 3 more cards. That'd be 12 out of our remaining. Oh, we still got a lot of slots. 24 slots? No, 14 slots. That's 12 of them. We'd still have 2 slots left for something else. We could go with the Saga. The black and white Saga. And then, yeah, I think Beskir. And gives us some more early game creatures, early game blockers. We could also run like a 1 of removal spell that destroys artifacts or enchantments. I just got to find it again. We have Doomscar Oracle. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you gain 2 life. It's a 3-mana 3/2 in white. Pass. Invoke the Divine. We could just run like one of these. Right? 2 and a white, instant, destroy target artifact or enchantment. You gain 4 life. Only having one single copy in the deck, probably fine. We do have Varragoth, which can tutor something. So if we really needed artifact or enchantment removal, in theory, Varragoth could potentially tutor out the one of enchantment removal spell that we need, right? We could do one of those, and then we could either go with Raise the Draugr as a one of, or one of Ascent of the Worthy. Choose creature you control until your next turn. All damage that would be dealt to creatures that you control is dealt to that creature instead. You know, if it redirected damage that we would take, I would definitely run Ascent of the Worthy. But since it's only redirecting creature damage to a different creature, I don't think I care that much. I think I would be fine running the one of Raise the Draugr. We pay 1 and a black and then return 2 zombie creature cards from our graveyard to our hand. We're definitely a lot heavier in black than we are in white. But I think our late game value with Draugr Necromancer is just going to be enough. With how much removal we have between Beast of the Haunted Edge, Poison the Cup, and Doomscar, like, I think our opponent's going to be out of gas relatively early. And then Draugr Necromancer, we can get this out. And then, you know, hopefully start, trying to outvalue our opponent in the late game. What are we doing? Kaldheim only? We are doing semi-sealed. I had one video about this a very long time ago. I think it was like 5 months ago. So semi-sealed, you open up a sealed product. In our case, we opened up some sealed packs. After I spun a wheel to determine what set we will be opening packs from. We spun a wheel. This has 38 of the sets that are available on Arena on it. I lied and pretended that we spun into Kaldheim because I already had a thumbnail prepared for Kaldheim. So we pretended that we spun Kaldheim. We then went to MTG.WTF, which I still have that window open. And we opened up 8 packs. We opened up 8 packs of Kaldheim Arena Booster specifically because there are a lot of Kaldheim options here. There's Theme Booster, White, Vikings, Blue, Red, Green, Black, Kaldheim Set Booster, Kaldheim pre-release promo pack, Kaldheim Draft Booster, Collector Booster. We went with Kaldheim Arena Booster. We opened 8 of them. And now we are constructing a 60-card deck using only the cards that we have opened. So this is our card pool from these 8 packs. However, because we are playing online, because we are playing on Arena, the big change between semi-sealed and traditional sealed is that we're making a 60-card deck, right? Because you need to have a 60-card deck to take it to ladder. But also, any card that we open, you can craft a full playset of it. That is because we are playing online. We can have instant access to a full playset of whatever card we want. You don't have to wait to go to a card shop and buy extra copies of a card. You don't have to order them online, right? And wait a couple days. You don't have to open more packs to hope that you get 4 copies of whatever card you want. So yeah, I thought it'd be an interesting way to make use of the fact that we are, again, playing online. And the fact that we're able to craft a full playset really helps with, 1, consistency, of course. So we have a fighting chance when going up against other constructed decks. But secondly, it helps to fill out the need for a 60-card deck without us being forced to run like a 3-color garbage pile. Just because we need to, you know, hit that 60-card minimum requirement. So yeah, something that makes things a little bit interesting about opening the sealed product, in this case packs, is that it makes duplicates worse. Normally duplicates are a good thing when you're playing sealed because it adds consistency to the deck. But for us, it actually limits our card pool every time we pull a duplicate card. That's just one less fewer unique option that we have to work with. Anyway, the 8 rares that we had picked out, or that we had opened, were Essica, God of the Tree, Cosmos Charger, Doomscar, Draugr Necromancer, Mystic Reflection, Reckless Crew, Tundra, Fumarole, and Varagoth, Blood Sky Sire. Based off the other cards that we opened and based off of our rares, I definitely wanted to go in the direction of some kind of mono black control with a bunch of zombies. And then I splashed in some white to get in Doomscar, Revitalize, and also Beskir Shieldmate into our deck. I'm going to move this over here. And yeah, this is the deck list that I've ended up on so far. Full playset of Beskir Shieldmate, Revitalize, Elderfang Disciple, 4 copies of Priest of the Haunted Edge, 1 copy of Raise the Draugr, which is 1 in a black for an instant that says return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, or return 2 target creature cards that share a creature type from your graveyard to your hand. So probably 2 zombies. A 1 of Invoke the Divine, 4 copies of Grim Draugr, which I think is going to be one of our more aggressive cards. 3 mana, 3/2 zombie berserker, pay 1 in a snow. This creature gets +1/+0 and gains menace until end of turn. 2 copies of Varagoth, full playset of Poison the Cup, full playset of Doomscar as well. And then the main card that we built the deck around, really, full playset of Draugr Necromancer, 3 in a black for a 4/4 zombie cleric that says if a non-token creature an opponent controls would die, exile that card with an ice counter on it instead. And then we can cast any spells that we exile that way with mana of any color, as long as we're using snow sources. Yeah, it's kind of sort of random cards people have never heard of before. This isn't as much my jam. This does seem interesting. Yeah, mostly here to pressure you, try random crap out. Playing Snowlands. Oh yeah, we're definitely playing Snowlands. And then yeah, when it comes to constructed, what do we mean by semi-sealed? Hi, welcome. So what I mean by semi-sealed is that we opened 8 packs of Kaldheim packs over here on the site mtg.wtf. We're going to make a deck using only the cards from this card pool that we, opened in those 8 packs. Now, because you cannot take a 40 card deck to any of the formats on Arena, right? Because they're legal, you need to be running a 60 card deck. Because you need a 60 card deck, we're allowed to craft a full playset of any card that we have pulled here. Since we're playing online, we have instant access to be able to craft a full playset of any cards that you want. So why not utilize that? It helps make our deck more consistent. It gives us fighting chance against real, actual constructed decks that we're going to come up against. And again, it helps to fill out that minimum 60 card requirement that we have to play on ladder, whether casual or ranked, but we're definitely playing casuals. So the deck we have landed on is a zombie snow deck. So the other thing that I wanted to mention with the deck construction is that we are allowed to run any common or uncommon lands that we want. Because Rooker, you were just asking about, if we're able to just run the snow lands. The answer is yes. But again, just having common and uncommon lands, right? You and I were very familiar with that. It helps make decks, restricted decks like this, significantly easier to run. And just makes it a little more viable. Like, we're not getting anything crazy, right? Like, I'm going to run Snowfield, Sinkhole, Snowland, Plain, Swamp, can tap for either color. So we're going to run that. We're going to go to basic lands. We're going to grab our snow basics. Let's go with the pixel art. I haven't used these in a long time. And then snow-covered plains, pixel art. And I think we're probably good there. I think this is a good start. Sounds cool. Too bad you didn't hit the Rampage of Valkyries. That card is very good. Let's see, you assume MDFC lands don't count because those can start to be too game-changing. I don't know. I haven't put any restrictions yet, really, based off of the rules that we already have in place. I would probably allow them. Maybe. I don't know. that's a problem for later. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. There aren't lands on the front side. I say they're banned. You know what? That's a valid point. I would say MDFC lands don't count because, yeah, when you do look at them, they are spells in your library. So for you to use an MDFC land, you would have to open it from, you know, whatever set they're in. Oh, they don't say transform. Yeah, like if you wanted to run Jawari Disruption, right, you would have to pull that from Zendikar and to be able to utilize it. So, you know, I think that's a good idea. Something like artifact lands, though, you know, I would definitely still allow those. The gate cards, I like them. I think they're fine. Those can be in here still. But then, yeah, something like Glasspool Mimic, no. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good call. MDFC lands definitely should not be allowed in. Although, I don't... Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Because, yeah, otherwise I could run something like Kabira Takedown, Sejiri Shelter if I wanted. I don't know, Razorgrass Ambush or something. Okay. So, once again, this is the deck list that we're running with. We're running a ton of removal with Priest of the Haunted Edge, Poison the Cup, and Doomscar to try and kill off our opponent's creatures. So that way, Draugr Necromancer can exile that creature with an ice counter on it. And then we're able to cast any of the spells that have been exiled with an ice counter on it. Any of the creatures. We've got some early game blockers with Veskier Shieldmate. Elderfang Disciple has a little bit of discard effects. We've got Varigoth is one of our other rares. Is another rare that we pulled. 3 mana, 2/3 Death Touch. Has Boast for 1 in a black. Target player searches the library for a card and then shuffles and puts that card on top. So we could use this to tutor whatever we're looking for. Maybe we want to Poison the Cup. Maybe we want our 1-of Invoke the Divine to destroy target artifact or enchantment. Maybe we want to try and tutor for our 1-of Raise the Draugr. Who knows? Let's see. Grim Draugr, just going to be a beater. 3 mana, 3/2. You can pay 1 in snow mana. He gets +1/+1 gains menace until end of turn. So we'll be swinging a 4/2 with menace. It's pretty good. And we've got some more draw with Revitalize. And that is it. All right. It's been like an hour. So I think it's about time we get into some matches. Also, I haven't given up on ranked yet, Rooker. We are actually in Diamond Tier 3. I managed to go up a tier. So I still haven't given up on that yet. And I have been recording my play sessions outside of the stream. I don't think I'm going to stream any more of it because it's awful watching me play that because I'm just so annoyed and upset and not having fun during any of it. But we've made progress. Historic play. Let's go. Semi-sealed. I love those streams. Oh, man. I'm just cursing. How do you abbreviate Kaldheim? KDH maybe? Seems close. Seems almost right. Kaldheim. Oh, KHM. Semi-sealed Kaldheim. And you know what? Let's add a little bit of bling to our deck. Card sleeve. We'll let all of these loads. We will let all of these load. Especially fun for me to point out misplays while you're beating yourself up at the same time. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that so much. Well, while we're waiting, how'd it go? Well, maybe it hasn't happened yet. What's the status of the job interview you had? How's that going? Ooh, I haven't used these sleeves before. I guarantee you we must have some kind of... Doomscar must have a card sleeve. And if there is a Doomscar card sleeve, I'm sure I have it in here somewhere. And that's what I want to run. If not, we'll find something else. Maybe zombie related, maybe snow related. You got the job? I thought the interview was, or I thought you mentioned it like 2 days ago. Maybe it's been a couple of days already. But that's dope. And you're realizing you're out of shape. Hilarious. Just doing food service in a food court. Hey man, you got it, and you got it quick. And having money is nice. But dude, that is awesome. Let's see. I haven't seen any Doomscar sleeves. I think I chose a Snowland sleeve. That'll be fine. Yeah, man, that is exciting. I'm glad you got it so quickly after getting the interview. That's good. I'm glad you didn't have to like wait around for like several weeks while continuing interview processes or something, or just waiting to hear back from someone. Let's see. We got Tiny Bones. Do we not have any better zombies? I guess not. I would think that we'd have more zombie companions. Tiny Bones is... he's a skeleton. I don't even know if he counts as a zombie. I don't know if he has enough flesh. And then avatars. Let's see. Who am I feeling here? Eternal Army. Those guys are zombies. Good enough for me. I'm ready to play some matches. Okay, so our goal is going to be, I think, the same as when we do our budget brews. I think our goal is going to be to get 10 wins with the deck, and hopefully we have a positive win rate by the time we finish completing getting all 10 wins. All right, we are going first. Our opening hand looks a little bit slow. And we don't really want to draw into any more lands. I am going to keep it, though, even if it's not that amazing. I don't want to start our first game being down a card. All right. The deck won. We got there. Easy day. If this happens 9 more times, we can get this wrapped up in like the next 5 minutes. Yeah, that's a 1-0. Oh, I'm glad you typed that. That reminds me that I need to start taking notes for editing purposes. Let's see, semi-sealed. AHM notes. It'll be such a great video if we win 9 more like that. It'll be a very short video, but I'd be fine with it. At that point, I think I would just keep going until we took a loss. Let me see. What was that dude's name? Our opponent's going first. This opening hand seems good. We've got Revitalize on 2 if we want to draw, or we can set up the Doomscar already. Opponent played Jet Medallion. His black spells cost 1 less to cast. I think I'm just going to Revitalize here. He's running Nykthos and a Bantu's Monument. Whenever you cast a creature spell, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Is this Chthonian Nightmare combo? I certainly hope not. I'm going to set up a Grim Draugr. I haven't seen anyone really utilize that card since it came out. Necro Dominance, this seems scary. Being your end step, you may pay any amount of life if you do draw that many cards. Chose 7. So he's gonna like, well, I was gonna say he might try to like OTK us, but you really have enough mana for that? He exiles 2 hours of victory. 2 and a black for an enchantment. Start your engines. When this enchantment enters, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. Max speed. You can pay 1 and a black. Sacrifice this enchantment. Search your library for a card. Put it into your hand. Then shuffle. Activate only as a sorcery. You also got rid of 2 more Bantu's monuments and a swamp. I'm really not sure what to expect here. It's definitely some kind of combo, yeah. And his payoff for the combo is the Bantu's monument, I'm pretty sure. Because whenever you cast a creature spell, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Draugr is awesome. Draugr says... oh, alright, our opponent played Damnation. He wiped our board. Scheming Symmetry. Choose 2 target players. Each of them searches their library for a card, then shuffles and puts that card on top. I will grab a discard effect. I will grab an Elderfang Disciple here. They will likely win us. Oh, that will likely win us the game. I certainly hope so. It's got 3 combo pieces, presumably, in his hand. Let's see what Elderfang Disciple hits. And should he kill it, we can bring back Elderfang Disciple with our Raise the Draugr and then recast it. He got rid of a Heartless Act. Okay. I'm going to foretell a Doomscar. And we end. Shieldred the Apocalypse. Certainly is a card. Is he going to draw with Necro Dominance still? He goes down to 1? Oh. Wait, okay, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Okay. Well. Here's another Heartless Act. Ditches, 3 swamps, an Hour of Victory, maybe another Heartless Act. We lose 2 to the Shieldred. Oh, we can't even Doomscar here. That's kind of a bummer. What am I supposed to do? I could just set up Elderfang Disciple, make our opponent discard again. Man, I could really use a Poison the Cup. Necromancer just to steal Shieldred post Wrath. Maybe. I thought about Necromancer, but I'm almost willing to bet that he has more removal in hand. Enduring Tenacity. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. Okay, so we're just die here. He goes to his end step. He draws a ton. Triggers Shieldred, and then we die. That was an extremely weird deck. I don't know why he was so concerned about his mana. You're drawing at your end step with Necro Dominance. The only instant we saw was Heartless Act. I really don't think the Nykthos, Jet Medallion, I don't think these were necessary. That seems like overkill. I feel like you could just, I don't know, run more draw in your deck. Scheming Symmetry, it's like okay. Bantus I could see still being fine. But he has a bunch of non-creature spells in the deck too, so maybe you don't even need the Bantus. I don't know. That's weird. That's not how I would build a deck. But we lost. So we are 1-1. Bantu makes more sense if it's some kind of combo pile with creatures. But yeah. And also, if you're gonna, you know, cheese people out with Shieldred, like there are easier ways to do it still. Like you could go Dimir and run, honestly, a lot of draw. I don't know. Necropotent Shieldred is pretty awesome. Hey man, don't take his side. Let's see. It's turn 2. We don't have land number 3 in our hand, so I'm gonna just revitalize here. We have land number 3 for next turn. That is good. Last game we did not have double planes. We may need to go up an additional planes for our deck. Oh, just kidding. We're fine. Twin Blade Ghost. Our opponent could be running some kind of aura deck. So I would want to kill the Geist as soon as we can. Setting up Priest of the Haunted Edge could potentially allow us to kill that next turn. Doomscar almost is guaranteed to be able to kill it next turn. Let's go Priest of the Haunted Edge. If we have to hardcast the Doomscar in 2 turns, we might just end up doing that. Or next turn we have enough mana to foretell the Doomscar and then go into like Shieldmate, or more than likely Elderfang Disciple, make our opponent discard something, and then we wipe the board after that. If he does not give Hexproof to his Twin Blade Geist though, which he did not, we can kind of just kill it. We can give -4/-4 to something. We drew into the Draugr and Necromancer, which is a massive top deck, because now whatever we kill, it will be exiled underneath the Draugr and Necromancer, and we'll be able to cast it ourselves. So, question is, do I want the Brine Comber or the Twin Blade Geist? When this creature enters or becomes the target of an aura spell, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. I think I want to take this. This gives us a 1/1 flyer when we cast it. And then if our opponent does start buffing Twin Blade Geist, they start putting enchantments on it, we could still just Doomscar at any point. Our opponent plays Watcher of the Spheres. That's fine. It's fine. And a Catilda. Catilda, 3/3 flying lifelink, protection from vampires. Its power and toughness are each equal to a number of permanents you control that are spirits and or enchantments. Okay. We could just kill Catilda, which I am pretty okay with. Yeah, let's just kill the Catilda. And we have our Draugr and Necromancer. Do I think he trades his whole board for it? I don't think so. I think he takes the 4 damage here. You know, earlier I said we would exile cards under Draugr Necromancer. Luckily, they are not actually underneath him. Which means that if our opponent kills this Draugr Necromancer, the cards that are exiled with ice counters on them will just remain in exile with the ice counters on them. And if we draw into another Draugr Necromancer, we will still be able to have access to those cards and cast them later, which is pretty dope. Our opponent's down to 1 card left in hand. I think we've got this game in the bag. I think as soon as we drop this Elderfang Disciple, like, that's got to be it. Let's see what our opponent's final card is. Homestead Courage. From here, we could start casting some of his spells. So let's do it. Let's cast this Catilda. It is a 1/1. Impressive. We only have 1 spirit and or enchantment, but now we can use it as a blocker. Although next turn, we could make it a 2/2 by casting Brine Comber. Actually, we could make our Catilda a 3/3 as well next turn. We're going to take 8 damage here. 8's kind of a lot. Definitely want to block the 2/2. I'll say just block the 2/2. We take 5, we go down to 11. When we cast this Brine Comber, Gotilda should become a 3/3. We'll play out a Baskir Shieldmates. Swing in 3. See if our opponent blocks with their Jubilant Skybonder. Probably not. Creatures you control flying have spells your opponent casts that target this creature costs 2 more to cast. Oh, that is important to note. Our opponent's flyers basically have Ward 2. Our opponent does not block. They take 3, they go down to 14, and we go up to 14. They swing out. Let's see. What do I want to block with? Brine Comber. We can double block this, right? It's double block Twin Blade Geist. It's got 2 points of damage to assign. Yeah, that's fine. We're going to take 7 damage, though. Go down to 7. It's kind of a lot. We do, however, get to steal his Twin Blade Geist. Honestly, I would have chumped in Wrath ages ago. It's fine, it's fine. I still wanted to use the, I still want to get value out of the Necromancer. Because, let's see, if I Doomscar right now. I think we have to. I think we have to Doomscar right now. We swing out, we should connect for at least 1 point of damage. Yeah. Oh, he blocks none of it. We get to connect for 4 points of damage, gain 2 life. And now we just hard cast Doomscar. Yeah, I should have foretold a Doomscar a long time ago. If we had been able to foretell, we could have set up Varragoth. Yeah, and everything will now have ice counters. Kind of have to kill this 3/3. Just gotta kill it with Poison the Cup. Man. And then I guess we'll foretell this Doomscar. It really sucks that we have not had enough mana to, you know, cast a removal spell and then still set up a creature after the fact. If we could have set up Varragoth there, that would have been amazing. Nice. Our opponent top decks a land. That's perfect. We go Varragoth here. We revitalize, gain 3 life, draw a card, find a swamp. And Varragoth now, we should be able to activate its boast. Our opponent doesn't have a blocker. Phenomenal. So we can go Varragoth, connect, deal 2 damage, activate its boast for 1 and a black. Target a player. We get to search our library. That card on top. What do I want, actually? I think I want Raise the Draugr. What do we have in our graveyard? We have another Necromancer in our graveyard. We could grab that and Priest of the Haunted Edge for 2 mana. Or we could just put another Draugr Necromancer here. We have infinite mana sink named Draugr Necromancer. Do you think I just put a second Necromancer on top, or do you think we also recur the Priest of the Haunted Edge? I think it's Raise the Draugr. I think we get both back. And then from here, we just play out Draugr Necromancer. And then, yeah, we have 4 cards with ice counters on them that we can cast next turn. Should just be game over. Opponent finds a Battlefield Raptor. That's not going to get it done. From here, we can just start casting all of his spells. Let's go Watcher of the Spheres. Dorothea. Jubilant Skybonder. Swing in with both of these. Unless our opponent is also running some kind of board wipe. And that's probably game over. Sick. Man. I won't lie, that last turn, it felt pretty rude. Dropping down 3 of our opponent's creatures right in his face. Pretty disrespectful. The power of board wipes. It's no wonder people like to use them against me so much. All right. Good game 3. Good game 3. Lucifer Vex, you are going in my video. All right, game 4. We're currently 2-1 with the deck. Our opponent goes first. This hand seems fine as long as we can draw into the lands that we need. I really want to cast Grim Draugr on 3. Nice. We draw into our 3rd land. That's very good. Next turn. Let's see. Our opponent plays Ambassador of Evendo. 2 mana, 1/3 with landfall. Whenever a land you control enters a random land card in your library, perpetually gains. Whenever this land becomes tapped, draw a card. Okay. I think I'm just going to play out the Elderfang Disciple here, make our opponent discard something. See what else his deck can do. Discards Tatiova. I'm okay with that. I am very okay with that. Plays a Rhystic Study. Bro. Bruh. Gross. Have you tried Hydroponics Architect yet? Never heard of it. So I have not. Hydroponics Architect. 1 mana, 1/2 insect with flying. Whenever this creature attacks a random land card in your library, perpetually becomes a basic island in addition to its other types, and gains when this land enters, draw a card. That's interesting. Insane, uncommon with Evolving Wilds. Oh. Interesting. So yeah, you just tutor the draw one. That's gross. That's real nasty. I really want to play out the Grim Draugr here, but then our opponent will get to draw a card. So I guess we're going to be playing off curve from here. We're going to go Elderfang Disciple. I will pay the 1 so he doesn't get to draw a card. And in fact, Elderfang Disciple will make you discard another card. Do it. Boom. You got rid of a Eumidian Terrabotanist. 2 mana, 2/3. Whenever a land you control enters, you gain 1 life. But yeah, that sounds really nasty with the Capenna lands. You could even recur lands from graveyard and start doing it multiple times each turn. Oh yeah, if you were to run like a Crucible of Worlds or something to start casting lands from your graveyard, that'd be gross. Okay, I can't play the tap land here because I want to play the Grim Draugr and I need to be able to pay the 1. Go Grim Draugr. Pay the 1, vomit internally, and then pass. Next turn, we will have 4 mana available. I could go 2nd Grim Draugr. No, I want to activate this one. I want to make it a 4/3. Can I activate this more than once? I can. Let's activate Grim Draugr's ability. Go to combat, swing our 4/2 with Menace. Our opponent played Tam, Observant Sequencer. I figured they probably did not want to block with that. We're just going to pump Grim Draugr a 2nd time and go up to 5 damage. Our opponent takes 5. Before combat pump, yes. Because if they assign the blockers before I give it menace, then they can get away with blocking with just a single creature. Our opponent casts Deep Sight. You draw a card and gain 1 life. Whenever a land you control enters, Tam becomes prepared. Tam is stupid good. Yes, yes, it does indeed have menace. He is cool that way. Let's set up Draugr Necromancer. Pay the 1. We'll say no attacks. And so this way, if he feels like swinging Tam, maybe if he has another Tam in hand, you know, we'll be able to exile the first one. Maybe we'll feel fine swinging it. Opponent gets like 12 landfall triggers, and they're back up to 17 life. We find no removal spell off the top, which is unfortunate. Was really hoping that we would. To activate Grim Draugr and swing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could pump a second time, connect for another 5 damage, set our opponent to 12, and then set up a Beskir Shieldmate, and then still pay the 1 for that. If we don't find like a Poison the Cup or something soon, I think our opponent is going to outvalue us. I think they're going to be gaining too many cards, or gaining too much life and drawing too many cards. No, I was not being, I was not being, or calling instant speed activation pretentious. Opponent plays Spore Mound. That's concerning. Whenever a land he controls enters, he gets to create a 1/1 green Sapperling creature token. And I don't know what Cartographer does, but he's now gained 4 energy counters. You can tap, pay 6 energy counters, draw 3 cards. God damn. Our opponent has 2 cards in hand. We find another Elderfang Disciple, so let's cast that. Pay the 1. Make our opponent discard 1 of their cards. They discard a forest. I will once again pump the Grim Draugr, go to combat. See if our opponent wants to block with anything yet. He can't even just chump with the token. All right, we'll connect for another 5 damage. Grim Draugr has put in a tremendous amount of work already. He just connected for 5 again. So Grim Draugr really pulling his weight this game. But I need our opponent to swing at us, even just so that we can use blockers and start killing off some of his things. And that way we can start stealing it with Draugr Necromancer. Kind of doubted it would be good during deck preview. I thought it would be a decently good aggressive card. And the Menace is really putting in a lot of work. Our opponent found a Terramorphic Expanse. It's gross. He's about to get a second set of landfall triggers, and his Royal Cartographer is now going to be online. He can tap it, pay 6 energy counters, and draw 3 cards. And he still has enough mana to cast Deep Sight with Tam. So our opponent's going to draw 3 cards, and then draw a 4th card here as well. Oh, he doesn't. He casts Sapling Nursery. 8 mana enchantment, affinity for forests, landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, create a 3/4 green tree folk creature token with reach. Pay 1 and a green, exile this enchantment. Tree folk and forests you control gain indestructible to end of turn. This card is super fucking cool. I need to add this to our notes, our other note of video ideas. I want to build a deck around this card. That card is super cool. Okay, invoke the Divine. We can destroy the Sapling Nursery, or we could destroy the Rhystic Study. As much as I hate that card, I think it's probably better to get rid of Sapling Nursery. And I will pay the 1. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Let's go Biskir Shieldmate. Pay the 1. And we say no attacks. The longer this game goes on where we're just sitting looking at our opponent, the worse off we're going to be. Because we are not drawing cards nor gaining life to the degree that he is. Or really at all. We have drawn 0 additional cards and gained 0 life. So yeah, this is not a good position to be in. Could really use that Doomscar. Or could have used the Poison the Cup a long time ago. Or one of our Priests of Haunted Edges. And we have 12 removal spells in the deck, and we've only seen Invoke the Divine, which only counts barely. That's not good. Our opponent played Retreat to Kazandu and a second Ristic Study, which is disgusting. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, choose 1, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, or you gain 2 life. And he has Weathermaker. Landfall. Whenever land you control enters, put a charge counter on this artifact. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Tap, remove 2 charge counters from this artifact, add double colorless. Tap, remove 3 charge counters from this artifact that deals 3 damage to any target. So much reading with all of his, with all of the cards he's playing. Also, our opponent's playing a deck that's like 100 cards. Probably 100 plus. Top deck, a Swamp. Super cool. Okay, so let's see. If I pump Grim Draugr, opponent really typed landfall into the search bar and added 1 of everything. So what is seeming like? If I pump Grim Draugr and swing now, he can choose to just chump block with 2 1/1s. So it's not even super worth swinging. Our opponent probably has something in his deck that just buffs his whole board. Like, you know, with a deck size that big, why not? So once he finds a large enough pump spell for his board, he can just swing out and then kill us. He's going to draw again with Deep Sight. Dude, just from the TAM alone, I swear he's drawn like 8 additional cards. TAM is sick. Tatiova is as good as it's ever been. Rampaging Baloths, that's a concern. And he has another Evolving Wilds. Very, very concerning. Weathermaker can what? Deal 3 damage to any target. It now has 3 counters, so it can do that. They could use it to kill a Grim Draugr or, you know, lightning strike our face. Man, even a Doomscar off the top right now, I don't think would be enough. We would need to have a Draugr Necromancer in our hand and a Doomscar. Or we'd have to top deck Doomscar into Draugr Necromancer. Because otherwise, after we Doomscar, we have 0 value. 0 value in our hand, 0 resources, no gas, and our opponent will still have all of his enchantments. Speaking of a Draugr Necromancer, we found one. Okay, now we just need to top deck Doomscar. I would have preferred it in the opposite order, but I'll take what I can get. Show me Doomscar. There goes a Kazandu Nectar Pot. Big fan of that card. There goes Deep Sight again. And he did find his forests that when they become tapped, allow him to draw an additional card. Yeah, that's a really gross effect. That's gross. And also, that's... I was going to say, it's very similar to the insect that you showed me. But the other one says, when this land enters, draw a card. Still pretty good. Still pretty good. It's a long-ass game. I don't know how much bigger he needs his board to get before he'll start swinging. Like, dude, look how tiny your icons are now. You've got so many creatures on your board. They became mini. They became little dudes. Advanced Floral Invocations. Whenever a land you control enters, mill 2 cards, pay a black or a green. For level 2, whenever a land you control enters, creature cards in your graveyard perpetually get +1/+1. Pay 6 mana for level 3. You may play lands and cast creature spells from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, the creature enters with a finality counter on it. That is a really good enchantment class. The card is nuts, and it is an alchemy card, which is why it's so strong. My turn. Revitalize. I have to say no to the Rhystic Studies. Because if we top deck Doomscar, then I would not have enough mana to hard cast it. And our opponent at this point drawing 2 additional cards, it doesn't matter. They've drawn like 40 additional cards, so who cares? We gain 3. Oh, look, they're going to draw another 3 cards in response to us drawing 1 card. And it's a swamp. All right, I think we cut our losses here. I think we just concede. This game's been going on for like 10 minutes. And nothing's happening on our side of the field whatsoever. Our opponent was playing Solitaire. And I do not come here to watch my opponent play Solitaire. Man, my back feels stiff. Okay, here we are in another match. Hopefully, we will get to play for longer than like our first 4 turns. We are now 2-2 with our deck. That's fine. That's fine. Still have an even win rate, and we may be getting another free win right here. We'll take it. We'll take whatever we can get. Our opponent scoops because they have a really bad opening hand. Hey man, it counts. It's still a victory. Our opponent DCs or goes AFK. That's fine. Victory is a victory. But should our opponent show back up and play this match, our opening hand looks pretty good. We have removal with Priest of the Haunted Edge. We've got draw with Revitalize. And we have the ability to tutor something from our deck with Varagoth. So our opening hand is looking pretty sick. And we have access to both colors of mana. We have 4 lands. Like, our opening hand is looking sick. We can go turn 1, Snowfield Sinkhole. Turn 2, maybe just set up Priest of the Haunted Edge. Who knows? I'll hit him with a hello. See if he's here. Hit him with Sunbathing Karn. And this dog whose name I forget. I might use this opportunity to go take a leak. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. You guys, let me know if the opponent shows back up. Okay, well, not the most. Game number 5. But we'll take it. All right, game 6. Come on, let this be a good one. We got turn 2 Vargoth into turn 3 Grim Draugr. We have an opponent who's running 65 cards, not the most outrageous amount of cards in a deck. Oof. They're running Landfall. That could be a little bit concerning. However, we do have double Poison the Cup in hand. We should be fine. If we see a Hydra on 3, a Mossborn Hydra on 3, we should be all right. I don't know why we're going up against another Landfall deck. From here, do I set up Grim Draugr or Vargoth? Let's go Grim Draugr. If we set up Vargoth, there is a chance that we're able to connect, but I wouldn't know what we're trying to tutor yet. And if our opponent has some kind of fight spell, some kind of removal spell, I would rather Grim Draugr get played into that than our Vargoth. Let's activate Grim Draugr here. We'll give it Menace, swing in for 5 damage, set our opponent to 16. That was a very aggressive play. However, we have 6 life in hand, so I'm not super worried about dying yet. And also, we haven't seen a Mossborn Hydra come out. So, like, Chocobo is not going to one-shot us. Terra Botanist, if he swings it, it's also just 2 extra damage. It's fine. No big deal. Our opponent played Case of the Locked Hothouse. 3 and a green, you may play an additional land on each of your turns. I don't even know if he had an additional land to play. To solve, you control 7 or more lands. Solved, you may look at the top card of your library anytime, and you may play lands and cast creature and enchantment spells from the top of your library. Okay, I'm pretty sure he did not have land number 5. So that's a good sign for us. From here, I think I want to set up Vargoth. Revitalize, gain 3, draw a card, and then just swing the Grim Draugr. Next turn, we can kill something. Oh, our opponent plays Parallel Lives with Poison the Cup. Okay, see, this is when Vargoth would be good. We go Poison the Cup, destroy the Chocobo. We get to Scry 2, but the Scrying 2 doesn't really matter because we're about to tutor something with Vargoth, right? No, we need 2 black. We need another black mana for Vargoth, and we don't have that. So I scry both of these to the bottom. We're not going to be able to boast, so we're just going to foretell the other Poison the Cup. We swing in here. The Terra Botanist is going to trade with Vargoth, I would think. No. He blocks the other creature. Oh, wait. This was a 2-3. Okay, and our opponent scoops. I think they scooped because they're a landfall deck that missed land drops twice. And we killed their Chocobo. So they didn't really have any pressure on the board anymore. Okay, that game's gonna go down as a maybe. Stagnant water? Maybe. Oh man, I really needed that pillow for my back. It feels so much better right now. All right, opening hand looks good. I keep thinking that Varragoth is a 3-drop, and I don't know why. Maybe I keep confusing its mana cost with its boast cost. Opponent starts with an Okiba Reckoner Raid. We have no turn 1 play, so we just pass. Turn 2, we could either set up Priest of the Haunted Edge, Revitalize, or we could Foretell or Poison the Cup. I think our opponent is Rakdos Burn. We find land number 3. We could go Priest of the Haunted Edge. Let's see if our opponent has any removal that they would rather waste on Priest of the Haunted Edge rather than spend burning our face. 4 toughness is kind of a lot for burn decks to get through, because even in a Rakdos deck, most of their burn is probably only 3 damage at a time. They play Phyrexian Arena, that's fine. We could tap, sack Priest of the Haunted Edge, kill the Nezumi Road Captain, and then set up Varragoth. I'm okay with that. So Priest of the Haunted Edge is going to put -3/-3 on the Nezumi Road Captain because we have 3 snow lands. We set up Varragoth. We didn't see any removal come out to kill Priest of the Haunted Edge, but our opponent does have removal and they kill this Varragoth. That's fine. We have the second one in our hand. Next turn, we probably Revitalize to draw into our 4th land and then play an Elderfang Disciple alongside of it. Opponent plays Lorien Voldaren Scion. 3 mana, 3/3 first strike. At the beginning of each of your post-combat main phases, look at the top X cards of your library where X is the total amount of life your opponent's lost this turn. Exile one of those cards and put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may play the exiled card this turn. And also a Tiny Bones. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target non-land permanent card from that player's graveyard, and mana of any mana type can be spent to cast that spell. Don't love leaving either of these cards alive. And we're about to... Why would you say oops? Stupid bitch. And we're about to miss our 4th land drop. So let's Revitalize. We miss our land drop. Feels awful. We have to say no attacks. We may end up having to scoop just like our opponent did because we miss land drops. We're running 24 lands in this deck. I don't know why we seem to struggle to find lands. And we have additional card draw in the deck too, so it really makes no sense. We should never struggle to hit lands like this. We have to say no blocks, take 5. So our opponent's going to be able to look at the top 5 cards of their library and put 1 into their hand. It's a Lagomos, Hand of Hatred. Lagomos is cool. I've built a deck with him. I think a commander deck with him. And there goes a Dreadhorde Butcher. Still don't find another land. Feels awful. We're going to hard cast Poison the Cup, get rid of Florian. Say no attacks and pass. I really don't want to concede just because we're missing land drops. It's such a lame reason to not be able to play this game. We're 13 cards in though, and we've only found 3 lands. And our opponent just played an Urask's Forge. So I think we just lose this game, which sucks. Even if we top deck a Doomscar now, it's going to be 2 turns before we can cast it. We just lose, and that really sucks. We didn't get to cast like anything that's that game. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, man. I think only like one of these games so far has been good. All of the other ones have been really boring wins or losses. The only one was good was against the Azorius Flyers deck. That one was good. There was back and forth. All right, we're going first. We don't have both colors of mana in our hand, which sucks. But we'll keep it. We can go Elderfang Disciple on 2. As long as we draw into... Same as last game. As long as we draw into more lands, we'll be fine. Let's go Elderfang Disciple on 2. Our opponent might be playing Mono White Life Gain, which is a terrible matchup for us. And will make me cry if that's who we're playing against. So we'll see. Hopefully it's not them. Hopefully it's someone more interesting than Mono White Life Gain. They discarded Plains, so who knows. Turn 2, they do nothing. It's fine by me. We're going to set up a Grim Draugr here, so that way next turn we can apply the maximum amount of pressure. I was going to say they might reprieve us there. They're getting priority from something. They take 1, they go down to 19. Are they going to revitalize? No, nothing. They could just be playing with full control on, but I don't think that's the case. So they're getting priority from something. I'm not sure what. Instant or sorcery? Well, instant. Mono White Life Gain / Angels might hold on to in that scenario. Weird. We're going to revitalize here, try to hit our 4th land. We don't because this game hates us. So I'm just going to swing Elderfang Disciple. He's not going to block. He's going to take the 1 damage. We could have been in a really good spot. We just hit land number 4. Our opponent gets to play land number 4. That must be nice. Wish it could be us. They play Angelic Gift. They get to draw a card. But that's definitely... That wasn't the card that was holding up the priority. So they still have something. And there goes a Giada, Font of Hope. Our opponent swings 2. We go down to 21. And we still are not allowed to draw into land number 4. So that's super, super fun. Love this game. Don't know why 4 lands is so hard. I guess we just play out Priest of the Haunted Edge, swing the Grim Draugr, see if he wants to trade. He probably doesn't. Yep, he takes a 3 damage, goes down to 16. And next turn we can kill Giada with Priest of the Haunted Edge anyway. He plays not Resplendent Angel. What's the 2/4 angel that can buff your board? Righteous Valkyrie is the card that I was concerned about. Our opponent just played Angelic Ascension. This is the card they're holding back. Exile target creature or planeswalker. Its controller creates a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying. That's cool. They use it to exile their own Inspiring Overseer to get a 6/6 body. Each other angel you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each angel you already control. Giada is stupid. So let's see. We go... Oh, not you. We go Priest of the Haunted Edge. We kill Giada. Still didn't find land number 4 because this game fucking hates us. There we go. And we're going to poison the cup, the 6/6, so that we don't die. Say no attacks. 45% chance we have to draw a land off the top. 45%. If we miss the next land drop, I think I'm just conceding. Opponent plays Valkyrie's Call. Whenever a non-token, non-angel creature you control dies, return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it. It has flying and is an angel in addition to its other types. This is not good. Our opponent has 3 cards in hand. I'm going to go double Elderfang Disciple here. Make them discard 2 of the last 3 cards that they have in hand. The reason why Valkyrie's Call concerns me is now we're getting into layers. Non-token, non-angel creature. I wonder if they're even running any non-angel creatures. All we've seen are angels so far. But if we get out our Draugr Necromancer while they have out Valkyrie's Call, if a non-token, non-angel creature you control dies, this would try to return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. However, Draugr Necromancer is going to try to exile that card at the same time. And both of these happen whenever a creature dies. So I'm not sure which one happens first. I don't know if both triggers get stacked, in which case I think it's based off of whoever's turn it is. If it's your turn, your stack should go on the trigger first and then your opponent's, which means I would want to kill something during his turn. Valkyrie's Call goes on the stack. Draugr Necromancer goes on the stack, and then mine would resolve first. And we would exile his card before this can return it. Maybe. I don't know. Our opponent has to discard an Archangel of Thune. Our opponent may have DC'd. Play out an Elderfang Disciple. They discard a Guardian of the Great Door. We swing in for 4. Still haven't seen a non-angel creature from our opponent yet. So I don't know why they're running Valkyrie's Call. But Valkyrie's Call would be a cool card to run in a deck. Valkyrie's Call would just be a cool card to build a deck around. So I'm going to make a note of that. Guys, it'd be pretty fun to run in like a white weenies deck. Run a whole bunch of small little white creatures. Our top end is the Valkyrie's Call, and then that way if your opponent wipes the board, you get all of your creatures back. Maybe some with good ETBs, like Spirited Companion or something. Right? It's a little white weenie. You get to draw a card on ETB. If it dies while this is out, you get a 2/2 flyer, and you get to draw another card. Seems good. This one... This one's a maybe as well. It still was not the most amazing game I've ever played. We won because our opponent DC'd. However, our side of the board was like mid at best. When this creature enters, destroy up to one other target creature. If that creature wasn't dealt damage this turn, its controller draws 2 cards. Interesting. All right, we're going first. Our opening hand looks amazing. Start with turn 1, Snowfield Sinkhole. When it says hello, we are going to say hello back. Hit him with Sunbathing Karn on turn 2. Let's go... Beskir's Shieldmate. Our opponent started with a swamp. They could have removal. If they kill the Shieldmate, we get a 1/1 body in return, so that's perfectly fine. They're running Dimir colors, slightly concerning. Let's go to combat. They take 2. We're going to foretell a Doomscar, so if our opponent has a counterspell, there's nothing for them to counter. They play an Oracle of the Alpha. Okay. Land number 4. Nope, we don't find land number 4. Let's cast Revitalize. There it is. It's land number 4. And let's go Priest of the Haunted Edge, pass. If Priest of the Haunted Edge survives next turn, we can use it to kill Oracle of the Alpha. If you go with Rusko, I think that's a bigger concern, actually. Our opponent's scry is 1 to the bottom. We have 5 mana here. Is that enough? That is. All right, this is going to be a really good turn for us. We go Priest of the Haunted Edge to kill Rusko. He gets -5/-5. It dies. We set up Varragoth, Bloodsky Sire. Cast Elderfang Disciple. We make our opponent discard 1. They discard a Mind Spike. Swing in for 2. Is this a good card? Target opponent reveals each non-creature, non-land card in their hand. You choose a card revealed this way. That player discards that card. You lose 2 life. If they didn't reveal a card this way, you draw a card. That's weird. Anyway, our opponent plays a Gix. They swing in with Oracle of the Alpha. They get their scry. They scry to the bottom. And they put another counter on Midnight Clock. They get to draw a card because of Gix. Midnight Clock goes up to 4 counters. So we're going to go to combat here. Do I think they give up their Gix? If I think the answer is no, then we can boast with Varragoth and tutor something to the top of our deck. Like Invoke the Divine. If we swing out, he'll use Gix to block maybe a 1/1. Or maybe the Baskir Shieldmate. He might be scared to block. Okay. It's fine. What does it say? Oh, we can boast at instant speed. I don't know why, but I thought we had to deal combat damage to be able to boast. We do not. So we're going to go put Invoke the Divine on top of our library and end the turn. So next turn, we can draw into that and then destroy their Midnight Clock. They play the One Ring. That's disgusting. That card is stupid. Shouldn't be in the game. Terrible for play patterns. Really cheesy cop-out card. Or generic. Get an extra turn. Stupid card. We take 5. Our opponent draws 2 extra cards from Gix. They go down to 9. They play Bilious Skull Dweller. Midnight Clock is up to 6 counters. I'm now going to Invoke the Divine. We're just going to destroy that. Make them start over. We gain 4 life. Say no attacks. Our opponent takes 1 from the One Ring. He's laughing. Plays a Sheoldred the Apocalypse. How very boring. He's going to draw 2 cards with the One Ring, gain 4 life. Swings in with Oracle of the Alpha. Keeps 1 card on top, and he gets to draw it with Gix. Loses a life, but then Sheoldred gives it right back. We lose 2 life to Sheoldred. Let's Doomscar. We wipe the board. We make a 1/1. We set up a Varragoth, and we pass. Our opponent takes 2 damage from their One Ring. You're currently trying out the High Noon deck in Historic. The deck is bonkers annoying. Glad I'm not my opponent's. You are a bad person. Our opponent had second Sheoldred because why would they not have second Sheoldred in their hand already? They're only playing, you know, like a 60 or 70 card deck. Or like a 70, maybe 80 card deck. Why would they not have double Sheoldred in the top? Yeah, that deck seems really fun to pilot. Looks awful. And I know it's awful to play against. But still. Alright, we'll go to combat. We'll swing in the Varragoth. Go to blockers. Our opponent probably just takes the 2. We're going to boast with Varragoth. We're going to put a Poison the Cup on top of our library. So hopefully we can steal our opponent's Sheoldred. They take 3 from the One Ring. They gain 2 back from Sheoldred. They draw 4 with the One Ring. All of these cards that our opponent is playing, they're mostly just fucking absolutely stupid cards. Sheoldred's a stupid card. Rusko's a stupid card. The One Ring, stupid card. Phyrexian Obliterator, stupid in a different way. Oracle of the Alpha, you get to shuffle the power 9 into your deck. And most of our cards that our opponent's playing. It's just, they're insane. We're going to poison the cup, kill the Shieldred. And then we will cast Elderfang Disciple, make our opponent discard a card. But I think we're just gonna die to Phyrexian Obliterator. Opponent playing 4-drop Haymaker Tribal. Yeah, honestly, that's what it feels like. Third Shieldred the Apocalypse in the top half of his deck. Why would he not? Why would he not have the third Shieldred? It's crazy. All right. So that was super fun. Really enjoyed that. But, you know, I don't think it's going to make it into the video. Yeah, are you playing ranked or are you running the high noon deck in casuals? Because if you're running it in casuals, you're a very bad person. You're extra evil. All right, we're going first. Let's keep our opening hand in the events, or in events. That's good. That's good. Our opponent is playing a deck with like 100 cards. The play until you get 3 losses 1. Okay. Touche. That's good. Good. Events don't matter. So yeah. Fucking stomp those people. Alright, turn 3. We draw into the Grim Draugr, which is a phenomenal top deck. And then we pass. I tried to pass. I can't click the button, apparently. Our opponent does not shock and kill the Grim Draugr. That is huge. We play Axguard Cavalry. 2-mana 2/2 tap. Target creature gains haste until end of turn. We're going to play out Draugr Necromancer here. Our opponent still may have a shock. We're going to use Priest of the Haunted Edge to kill the Axguard Cavalry. We are attempting to give it -4/-4. Our opponent might have a pump spell. Nope, they have a shock. Alright, that's fine. I don't know why they didn't kill the Grim Draugr during our turn when they could have. But that was a mistake on their part. And it benefits us. Anyway, we can cast their Axguard Cavalry now if we want. So let's set up Priest of the Haunted Edge. Red's not good at dealing 4 damage. They're still getting priority, but I don't think they're going to be able to kill Draugr Necromancer. We swing in for 4. They take the 4, they go down to 16. And they do nothing else. We play Heartfire Immolator, 2-mana 2/2 prowess. Pay a red, sack this creature, deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker. Okay. Find another Draugr Necromancer. Let's play that. Let's use Priest of the Haunted Edge to kill Heartfire Immolator. We're trying to give it -6 and -6 right now. He's looking at our lands, which concerns me a little bit. Is he going to destroy a land at instant speed? That'd be rude. Okay, it dies. Your opponent is roping you. I would too. And I roped many people who did. We're going to tap this Axguard Cavalry to give our Draugr Necromancer haste. We're then going to play out... Oh. A cast with this one, I guess. We play out the Heartfire Immolator. And we swing in for 8. It's weird that it asked me to choose which Draugr Necromancer I wanted to cast the exiled card with. That's weird. Opponent plays out a Zada, Hedron Grinder. Love Zada. Zada's a lot of fun. Go to combat. Oh, this is so disgusting, dude. We get to play out Priest of the Haunted Edge here. We get to give it haste thanks to his Axe Guard Cavalry. And then we would have been able to use Priest of the Haunted Edge to kill Zada, swing in for 10 damage, which is lethal. Rooker, you said you're going to swing for lethal, hold control, and rope them back. Hilarious. All right, let's leave. Hasted Priest, sick. It's pretty good. And I wouldn't blame you for roping them back. Aldebaran. Win, comma. Yes, you're going in the video. Game 11. Oh yeah, let me see. Let me cancel real quick. Are you just doing traditional historic event? This one? Bring your historic deck with a sideboard, play some best of 3 matches, and receive rewards based on how many matches you win. You said it's the one with the Johnny's Pride mates. Oh, duh. Just historic event. That makes more sense. Well, good luck with that. You need, what, 5 wins to get your gems back? I believe in you. What's your win rate so far? You pretty consistently win the full 7? That's terrifying and disgusting. And with the deck that you're running right now, I think there's a very real chance that you win all 7 games. Before you take 3 losses, easy. Easy. All right, we go first. This hand is a little bit slow, but we've got a lot of turn 2 options. We could go Elderfang Disciple or Foretell, either Poison the Cup or Doomscar. Our opponent started with an Arena of Glory. And this enters tapped unless you control a mountain. So this leads me to believe that they did not have a basic to play. Let's go Elderfang Disciple. Let's make them discard something. They discard a Pursue the Past, which has Flashback. They cast a Pursue the Past, which has Flashback. One of the cards they discarded was Moment of Reckoning. 7 mana sorcery, choose up to 4. You may choose the same mode more than once. Destroy target non-land permanent. Return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Let's see. Apparently, if you hold control while roping, it makes you concede. What? And you took a loss for that. That sounds extremely weird. We're going to play our tap land here. We're going to foretell a Poison the Cup. We're going to swing in for 1, set our opponent to 21. Huh. That's weird. Shouldn't have done laundry and left it unattended. Happens. So our opponent terrifies me right now. They have a Moment of Reckoning in the graveyard for 7 mana. They just dumped an Atali into the graveyard. I feel like their game plan is to eventually give Moment of Reckoning flashback and then just cast it or cheat it out in some way. Yeah, they're definitely trying to cheat this out in some way and then return like an Atali from the graveyard for free. So what do I do here? This said, Steal the Show deals damage equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard to target creature or planeswalker. That dealt 4 damage. That's enough to kill the Draugr Necromancer. I think we're gonna lose this match. I don't think we have like enough pressure. The most pressure I could have done is set up the Draugr Necromancer there, but If it dies, we have no creatures on board and no creatures in hand. Our opponent has a second Atali in the graveyard. We draw into another Draugr Necromancer. We set it up. But if it dies, like I said, we're not in a great spot here. And our opponent could bring back Atali at any moment. Our opponent casts Overlord of the Mistmoors. 7 mana, 6/6. Enchantment creature Avatar Horror has impending for 4 mana. Whenever this permanent enters or attacks, create 2/2/1 white insect creature tokens with flying. I'm going to kill 1 with a Poison the Cup. It sucks that it's a token because that means our Draugr Necromancer is not going to be able to exile it. We gotta take a look at the top 2 cards of our library. We got a Scry 2. I don't know if I want to take the Elderfang Disciple. Our opponent is trying to put cards into the graveyard. Giving him another free discard outlet seems bad. We'll swing in the Draugr Necromancer. They'll probably... Oh, they don't chump. They go to 19. I will foretell another Doomscar. And then pass. Opponent uses a Fabled Passage to tutor a mountain. They're going to play Pursue the Past. They tried activating Arena of Glory here. So Arena of Glory says you can pay a red, tap, exert this land, add double red mana. If that mana is spent on a creature spell, it gains haste until end of turn. That's a little bit terrifying. And they're running Group Project, which is a sorcery that has flashback. Tap 3 untap creatures you control. And then you get to create a 2/2 red and white spirit creature token. So the flashback cost does not cost any mana. We're going to go to combat, swing in our Necromancer for 4. And we just have to leave mana up for Poison the Cup. Because he's about to try and do something here. He's got 7 mana. He could just hardcast Atali. He goes to combat. He's done nothing yet. How very strange. Okay. Well, we're just going to repeat last turn. We swing in for 4, set our opponent to 13. End the turn, and we still just hold up mana for Poison the Cup. Our opponent swings 2. We go to 16. They miss a land drop. We've also been missing land drops, but it doesn't really matter. Let's Poison the Cup, the Overlord of the Mistmoors. It dies. It gets exiled by our Draugr. Skir's Shieldmate. I'll scry that to the bottom. Revitalize, I will leave on top. We go to our turn. We can cast this with its impending. So we get 2/1 flyers. Go to combat. We swing 4. We set our opponent to 9. Now, the problem that we have right now is we just cast the Overlord, which means we don't have mana for Poison the Cup at instant speed. So whatever our opponent plays, like this big boy, the Dawning Archaic, means we do not have instant speed removal for it. So the Dawning Archaic, when it attacks, you may cast instant or sorcery card from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. So he's using the Dawning Archaic to cast Moment of Reckoning. And he used Moment of Reckoning to get 2 Atali triggers. Atali hits and Evoke the Divine, which lets him destroy our Overlord of the Mistmoors. So that sucks. And he casts a Steal the Show. He's going to deal 2 damage to one of our blockers, I assume. Yes. And he can also discard any number of cards and then draw that many cards. He discarded 3, drew 3. He gains 4 life from our Invoke the Divine, which really sucks. Second Atali triggers. He hits a Buried Alive and a Baskir Shieldmate. Swinging 7/7 at us. Say no blocks. Okay, so that wasn't great. Secure shield mates. How will we beat them now that they have that? We won't. We can't. Because even when I Doomscar this turn, they'll still get a 1/1 body. That's value. It's too much value. All right, we'll swing in our 2/1. He probably just jumps with his 2/1. Yeah. We'll cast Doomscar. We'll wipe the board. He gets the 1/1 white human warrior creature token. He probably just casts another Archaic, but this time it won't have haste. Or he could just hard cast a Reckoning from his hand. Yeah, he probably just hard casts another Moment of Reckoning. Oh no, he drew into second Arena of Glory. So now he gets a 6/6 Overlord of the Mistmoors with haste. We can Doomscar again, but we're super dead. Doomscar, number 2. We revitalize. We draw into a land. We go up to 8 life. Probably still just die here. Yep, Donning Archaic. That comes in. It's got haste, and that's good game. Our start was exceedingly slow for this matchup. We had pretty much no board pressure. So that's a bummer. We really needed a Grim Draugr on the field, and we needed it to be beating down our opponent. Yeah, that game, it went on for too long. Our opponent was able to build up to the really big spells. I'll put that game down as a maybe. It wasn't bad. It was just, yeah, it is what it is. We didn't have enough early game pressure to be able to beat him down before he got his whole game plan off. And his game plan, it was fine, you know. We didn't get like super cheesed out or anything. All he did was recur Inatali twice. And he had to get up to 7 mana to do it before he cast the Archaic. So yeah, that one's a maybe. If we need more footage, that game will go in. But right now, I only have 2 yeses and I have 3 maybes as far as footage is concerned. This opening hand does not have black mana, so we're going to mulligan. This one does. Let's ditch one of the Priests of the Haunted Edge. We're starting at a double disadvantage this game. We're going second. And we started 1 card down. So we're not meant to win this game. If we do, it'll be very impressive. Our opponent started with a Mox Jasper. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Activate only if you control a dragon. So our opponent's going to be playing dragons. They play a Bitter Reunion. They discard a Draco Genesis. 8 mana enchantment. You may cast dragon spells without paying their mana costs. What do we think? What are the odds that this discard was random? What do we think the likelihood is that he discarded this just because it's really expensive and it'll take him a lot of turns to cast a spell? Surely he wouldn't recur this out of the graveyard at a discounted cost, right? Surely not. Who would do such a thing like that? They're trying to hardcast that for sure. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He's trying to ramp up to 8. He's not trying to cheat it out. Seeing the black mana, definitely a good sign as well. We know that black hates to recur things, so, you know, it's probably bodes well for us. Our opponent plays a Sarkhan, a Dragon Ascent, 1 in a red for a 2/2 human druid. Says, when Sarkhan enters, you may behold a dragon. If you do, create a treasure token. Whenever a dragon you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Sarkhan until end of turn. He becomes a dragon, and he gains flying. They revealed that they have an Etsushi, the Blazing Sky, in hand. Let's see. This turn, we have enough mana to either poison the cup, set up Varagoth, or go Grim Draugr. We're expecting Etsushi to come down next turn. kind of like the Grim Draugr. We go Grim Draugr because Atsushi is a creature that you kind of want to die. Grim Draugr can get around it with Menace. We're definitely using Priest of the Haunted Edge to kill Sarkhan. You just face a 200 card deck in an event, pretty rare. Usually only see tier stuff there. And how did that go for them? Did they beat you with their 200 card deck? Also, our opponent's up to 6 mana. They're getting close to be able to actually hardcast the enchantment that they have, the Draco Genesis. They play their Atsushi. Unsurprisingly, no, they lost. I'm surprised. Let's set up our Draugr Necromancer. Or do I just push damage? I could just push 5 damage with Grim Draugr. Let's do that. Swing in for 5. Opponent takes 5, they go down to 15. Next turn, they'll swing the Atsushi. We'll take 4, we go down to 16. Dragon Master Outcast. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 6 or more lands, create a 5/5 red dragon creature token with flying. He has 5 lands, so he's 1 short. He also has a Maelstrom with Spirit Dragon. Pay 4 mana, tap, sack this land, search your library for a dragon card, reveal it, put in your hand, then shuffle. Are they killing their own Atsushi? I was gonna say that'd be crazy. The final card they have in their hand is an Ancient Brass Dragon. They killed off our Draugr. They're about to be able to flip over their Siege. They'll get Defiant Thundermaw, 4/4 flying trample. Whenever dragon you control attacks, it deals 2 damage to any target. So they'll go to combat, flip this over. They get the 4/4. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. They have enough mana to cast Ancient Brass Dragon. They have enough mana to cast that. So we just set up Draugr Necromancer. We're actually okay, I think. We just need their top deck to not be that great. But even a land allows them to activate their Dragon Master Outcast. Is it at the beginning of your upkeep? Yes. So at the beginning of our opponent's next upkeep, they will be able to create a 5/5 red dragon creature token with flying. Oh, they cast the Ancient Brass Dragon here. They go to combat. They're going to flip over their battle, I assume. If they swing 4 damage at our face, that's perfectly fine as well. We take the 4, we go down to 16. We have a Poison the Cup in hand. So we can kill the Ancient Brass Dragon. That's kind of cool. We get to exile that. And then we will foretell this Poison the Cup. We have a 4/4. We'll swing in for 4. They're not going to block with their Dragon Master Outcast. They'll just take the 4 damage, go down to 11. They get to make a 5/5 token here. A little bit concerning. Just a little bit. They top deck a Herald's Horn. That's perfectly fine. 1, 2, 3. I think they have enough mana that they can tutor for a dragon. And I think they're going to. They swing a Dragon Master Outcast and they get Sushi. We're going to take 4 damage. They'll be able to flip their Siege. Oh, they sacrificed their Maelstrom. They're searching their library for a dragon card. It's a Tiamat. Defiant Thundermaw comes in. Okay, so Tiamat, 7 mana, 7/7, dragon, god, flying. When it enters, if you cast it, search your library for up to 5 dragon cards not named Tiamat that each have different names, reveal them, put into your hand, then shuffle. 7 mana, they have 5. This costs 1 less, so 6, 7. All right, they have enough mana to cast that next turn. I think we start with a Revitalize. We hit land number 6. From here, I think we go Poison the Cup, but kill what? Not the Atsushi. Maybe the Thundermaw. Thundermaw says whenever a dragon you control attacks, it deals 2 damage to any target. I think we got to kill the Thundermaw. That will get exiled. We want land number 7 on top of our library. So this is a good scry. We leave the plains on top. Oh, we can actually cast the invasion right now? That's sick. When it enters, reveal any number of dragon cards from your hand. When you do, this deals X damage +2 to any other target. So we have 0 to reveal, but we get to deal 2 damage to Dragon Master Outcast. That's awesome. And that gets exiled too. That's hype. So we're going to take 9 damage here. Then we get to set up Ancient Brass Dragon. Are we dead in 2 turns? As Tiamat comes in, he's going to get to tutor for a bunch of dragons. How big is Ancient Brass Dragon? 7/6. It's big enough to contest Tiamat. When it deals combat damage to a player, roll a d20. When you do, put any number of target creature cards with total mana value X or less from graveyards onto the battlefield under your control, where X is the result. What does he have in the graveyard? I don't think he has any dragons in the graveyard. No, just Sarkon. We have a Grim Draugr and a Priest of the Haunted Edge. It's kind of whatever. Yeah, he gets his 5 dragons. He shouldn't be able to cast any here. Yeah, he cast a Fearsome Whelp. Whatever. Is Ancient Brass Dragon enough to keep us alive? We go down to 5. Find our land. We can play the Ancient Brass Dragon. Do we just die after doing that? Yes. Yes. I don't think anything keeps us alive, actually. All right, we'll just play out his Ancient Brass Dragon. Say no attacks, and then that's good game. Yeah, we just got nothing to stop all of his flyers. He plays out a Miram. Plays out a Lathlis. Swings out. We trade Tiamat for Ancient Brass Dragon. We take 9. We go to -4. And that is GG. That was good. That was a good match. I like what he was doing with the dragons. And you know, we were being very sarcastic in the beginning, but he did not end up cheating out the enchantment from his graveyard, which surprises me. And also, we weren't meant to win that match. I said it in the beginning, we were going second, and we were 1 card down, because we had a mulligan down to 6. So we weren't supposed to win that match. But we got to cast, you know, his own really big dragon, so that was cool. Yeah, that was actually a hard cast plan. It was, so I respect our opponent. I respect them for not trying to cheat out the enchantment. Who's to say that his deck didn't have that possibility, but he did not use it against us. So, you know, good enough for me. All right, we are in game number 13. Our win rate is currently 6-6. Still maintaining an even win rate. Our opponent's going first. Our opening hand is pretty decent. Got turn 2, Beskir Shieldmate into turn 3. Grim Draugr. Hopefully we can apply some pressure, be very aggro this game. Our opponent's running a library with like 100+ cards for no reason. So that's cool. That's a good top deck there. Snowfield Sinkhole on 1. Phenomenal. Our opponent started with a Basilisk Caller. Let's go Shieldmate. We could foretell the Poison the Cup here instead of setting up Shieldmate. Our opponent has played 2 Forests. Let's go Shieldmate. Shieldmate's more aggressive. We have double black, so we can hardcast Poison the Cup later if we need to. Yeah, let's go for pressure. Crystalline Giant. It's a 3/3. It says, at the beginning of combat on your turn, choose a kind of counter at random that this creature doesn't have on it from among Flying, First Strike, Death Touch, Hexproof, Lifelink, Menace, Reach, Trample, Vigilance, and +1/+1. Put a counter of that kind on this creature. I didn't know that it was random for this card, but they randomly got Flying. Well. Let's set up Grim Draugr and say no attacks. There went our plan for being aggressive. The fact that we're going second is really hindering us from being aggressive. They play out a Kodama of the West Tree. Their giant gains trample. Kodama of the West Tree, 3 mana, 3/3 reach. Modified creatures you control have trample. Oh, well, that's why that got trample. It just gained lifelink, so that's fun for us. Whenever a modified creature you control deals combat damage to a player, search your library for a basic land card on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. So they just got to tutor a land. They just got to ramp. We have 4 mana here. Trying to be aggressive is not really going to work. I'm just going to set up a Varragoth. When you swing into Grim Draugr, he's not going to trade with his Kodama. He's going to take 3, go down to 20. And now, next turn, hopefully we can swing with Varragoth. Boast it. Actually, I don't have to say hopefully. We can boast Varragoth next turn. And, well, Crystalline Giant just got hexproof, so we're never killing this. He's swinging 3 at us. We go to 14. He goes up to 23. He gets to tutor another land. Earth Crystal. Anyway, I want to boast into a removal spell with Varragoth. Earth Crystal, you pay 6 tap, distribute 2+++ encounters among 1 or 2 target creatures you control. 1 or more +++ encounters and put on any creature you control twice that many, or put on it instead. Crystalline Giant's going to become a problem. A bigger problem. I think we have to poison the cup, the Kodama of the West Tree right now. See if our opponent has a response. They have priority just from the Earth Crystal and Basilisk Collar. Well, no, not Basilisk Collar. You can't equip it. Instant speed. They have Snakeskin Veil. That really sucks. Let's go to combat. Swing Varragoth. This does not give Indestructible. That's good. We boast Varragoth here. We grab Invoke the Divine, I think. I think I want to destroy the Earth Crystal. Opponent takes 2, they go to 21. Yeah, if they're able to start putting counters, +1/+1 counters with the Earth Crystal onto the Crystalline Giant, we're just dying. He equips Basilisk Collar to Kodama of the West Tree. He has enough mana to activate the Earth Crystal. Swings in with his 5/5, Death Touch, Trample, Lifelink, Kodama of the West Tree. No, he doesn't. He holds it back. We take 3. We go to 11. He gains 3. He gets a forest. Let's invoke the Divine. Kill the Earth Crystal. We'll destroy that. We gain 4 life. Unless he has a protection spell for the Earth Crystal. I was going to say, you better not. We'll play Priest of the Haunted Edge here. And then hopefully next turn we can kill Kodama of the West Tree. Let's see. We saw a Snakeskin Veil. Do I think he has a way to give Kodama Indestructible? I don't know, but I'm just going to say no attacks. We'll hold back the Varragoth. Maybe we use it to block Kodama of the West Tree. If not, we can still swing with Varragoth next turn. And then boast. So I might as well hold off on a turn. He swings only with the Crystalline Giant, so I don't think he has a way to give Indestructible to Kodama of the West Tree. I think it's probably just another Snakeskin Veil. Let's go Draugr Necromancer. And let's try to kill Kodama of the West Tree. We'll sacrifice Priest of the Haunted Edge. It will put -6/-6 on Kodama of the West Tree, assuming he does not give it hexproof. In which case, we get to exile that with Draugr Necromancer. Does he have the second Snakeskin? Second Snakeskin. Apparently not. It goes through. That is cool. We'll go to combat. Swing out, because we can't block his flyer anyway. We get to boast with Varragoth. Target us. Do we have any other life gain in the deck? We do not. We have Revitalize. We could put a Revitalize on top of our deck. I don't hate it. That'll buy us some more time against the Crystalline Giant. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to connect for 7 damage. Yep, and we set our opponent down to 21. They play a Hardened Scales. Crystalline Giant swings in. We take 4. Our opponent gains 4. They go up to 25. Do they don't even attach the Basilisk Collar to the Crystalline Giant. It wouldn't really matter, but I'm surprised they're not doing it. Modified creatures, equipment, auras you control, and counters are modifications. We could play Kaldheim of the West Tree just as a blocker. This has reach. That's pretty dope. That saves us a lot of damage as well. We will cast Revitalize here. We'll gain 3 life and draw a card. We draw into a snow-covered plains. We can play that, which is perfect because now we can go to combat. We'll swing 9, 10, 11, and we get to boast off of this. Swing 11. Our opponent plays Fog, prevent all combat damage to be dealt this turn. That is interesting. Let's boast. What do we put on top? Honestly, probably just another Revitalize. We kind of just want some more life gain going on. We could have chosen to make our opponent discard. That's another option. They do only have 2 cards left in hand. They take no damage. They're still at 25. We see another land come out from them. That's good. Oh, his Crystalline Giant has Menace, so we can't block with Kaldheim of the West Tree. Okay, we really needed that Revitalize, actually, because we're on a 2-turn clock right now. If he has another Fog effect, we probably just lose. Oh, you know what? I sequenced that incorrectly. We could have boasted, put the discard effect on top, and drawn into it with Revitalize. That was a big mistake. I'll set up this Grim Draugr. This has Vigilance now. That sucks. It's so bad for us. Does it have First Strike? 4/4 flying, lifelink, hexproof, reach, menace, vigilance. Let's go to combat. It doesn't have First Strike. We can swing this. Go to blockers. We can still boast. He is blocking the Varagoth, which is interesting. We'll boast. Put Kaldheim Disciple on top. He probably now has a way to give it indestructible, I would imagine. Gaia's Gift, yeah. Crystalline Giant goes up to a 6/6. We're gonna lose. Plays an Ochre Jelly. When we take 6, we go down to 3. He goes up to 34. Dude, that hexproof saved him so hard. It was the 3rd ability that the giant got. We'll play out the Elderfang Disciple. Our opponent's tapped out. It's probably just a land anyway. Yeah, it was a 2nd Nykthos. We can swing out. Doesn't matter because this is game over. Probably blocks Necromancer with the Ochre Jelly. We can pump one of our Grim Draugrs 3 times. Hardened Scales is a good card, but it didn't even do anything this match. We lost because his Crystalline Giant had Hexproof and Flying. Swing in for a bunch of damage. We set him down to 22. He gains 6. He says, nice, like an asshole. And we lose. Yeah, we were never able to kill the Crystalline Giant. Unfortunate. Tons of removal in the deck that we had. Just couldn't get rid of that. I could have gone with Doomscar to wipe the board, but that didn't seem like a good idea. This deck does not win going second, like at all. We are currently 6-7 with the deck, which is not good. That was a 12-minute match, which is insane. The last 2 games before that were 9-minute matches, which is also insane. But our win rate on the draw is 17%. That's extremely horrible. For some reason, we cannot win while on the draw with this deck, like not even a little bit. And our win rate on the play is 71%. Most decks do better going first, but this disparity is like really, really big. Essentially, if we go second, we just lose the game, which is crazy. Maybe it's my fault for not tutoring Doomscars. I keep trying to fight for the board because I'm used to doing that with our decks, but we have a board wipe. I don't have to fight for the board. I can just sit there and do nothing and then wipe and then try to rebuild after, I guess. I don't know. I do think you undervalue your board wipes, yeah. Yeah, if I had considered board wiping earlier in that last match, I could have used one of the boasts from Varagoth to tutor a Doomscar to the top of our library. That would have wiped the Crystalline Giant off the face of the map. And our opponent probably would have conceded, actually, because we didn't see a second creature come out until the second to last turn of that match. So he had no more gas in hand. Obviously, I didn't know what his hand looked like, and I couldn't have known on like turn 4 that he didn't have more creatures. But had we board wiped the Giant away, there's a good chance we win that game. We just got a free win. We'll take that. I'll save, leave match. Hey, Rooker, in a couple of matches, well, not in a couple of matches, in the future, you want to play semi-sealed with me? Because really, I designed the format to be more fun when it's a semi-sealed deck going against another semi-sealed deck. I think you'd be interested in the future. You want to collab? You want to collaborate with me, dude? We go against each other? Yeah. You are going to open 8 packs on the site MTG.WTF, just like I did in the beginning. We would both spin a wheel, randomly be given a set. We both open 8 packs from that set on MTG.WTF, and then we both build a deck, a semi-sealed deck like this, and then go up against each other. I could do that if we set aside a day. Done. If let me see how the semi-sealed is doing on YouTube and stuff. Ley Line of Combustion. If people seem interested in, then let's do it. We'll try to make it like let's say episode 5. 5. This is going to be episode number 2. I plan to do semi-sealed on Saturdays. Let's shoot for episode 5. Yeah, if people are liking the series up until episode number 4, they're still liking it, they're still interested, then episode 5 we'll try to aim for it. Fair enough, I won't be offended if it falls through or if it works out. Kind of neutral about it. Cool. That'd be dope. But yeah, I think 5 is a good idea. I don't know what this card is, but it's horrifying. Because I'm going to be going to Michigan soon to go visit my sister. And that's probably going to be happening in the next like 2 to 3 weeks. So if we try to aim for episode 5, that's a month from now. Hopefully I should be back. Our opponent just played Everquill Phoenix, but he played the Ikoria version, which is really a Godzilla version. Everquill Phoenix. I don't know that card off the top of my head. Also, we're super dying. Everquill Phoenix, 4 mana, 4/4 flying. Has mutate. Obviously, whenever this creature mutates, create a red artifact token named Feather with pay 1, sacrifice Feather, return target Phoenix card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. That's cool. We have the Doomscar here. We do have the Doomscar here. So let's doom everyone. Oh, I don't have the mana for it. We concede. I think we went second on that game. Yep, and we lost. Crazy. Man, I'm really about to play like all 20 games with this deck. Okay, heading into game 16. We are 7-8, so we're down by 1. We really need to go first with this deck. We also need to stop getting screwed on mana. We get one, but not the other. We're going first. We have triple swamp, no white in our hand though. Let's see if we can get away with this. Still no white mana. We're going to go with Elderfang Disciple here on 2. I could have foretold the Poison the Cup, but I think this is better. Our opponent's playing something with Eldrazi's. They have an Eldrazi Repurposer in the graveyard. Still no white mana, and also no land number 4. We do find a Grim Draugr, however, which is our best turn 3 play. Opponent plays a Cascading Cataracts and a Paradise Druid. So they're trying to do something with 5 mana, which is interesting. We find land number 4. Still no white mana, however. I'm just going to pump Grim Draugr twice. We'll swing in with both creatures. We're going to connect for 6 damage. Set our opponent to 13. Because there's no way they were going to use Paradise Druid to block our Elderfang Disciple. So they go to 13. Question is, are they going to play a big creature? An Eldrazi Repurposer? It's okay. 3 mana, 3/3 to void. When you cast this spell and when this creature dies, create a 0/1 colorless Eldrazi spawn creature token with sacrifice this token, add a colorless. I don't love that. If we kill it, he gets another mana out of it. Also, we miss a land drop here. Dude, I don't know why the shuffler is being such a dick about our lands. This is like the 4th game that we've struggled to draw into our lands, even though we're running a very normal amount and we have additional card draw. 3 buys for 3 mana. I always felt like it should do something. Let's see. I mean, I can kill the Repurposer with Poison the Cup. But that feels bad. It just ramps him. But if I don't... Alright, I'm gonna activate the Draugr, I guess. I'll give it Menace. If he wants to block using the Repurposer, then he's got to give us another creature in exchange as well. And then, I was going to say, and then maybe we get lucky and top deck of Plains to be able to cast Doomscar, but we don't have double white. We would still need to foretell this. No, it still needs double white to be cast out of foretell. Man, I don't like Doomscar. But if we cut Doomscar from the deck, then there's basically no white cards in the deck. We have the Baskir Shieldmate and the Revitalize. There's really no point in running the white. Okay, see, he is giving us the Repurposer, but he has to block with the Eldrazi spawn, so that's going to die, and he is going to get another spawn to replace it, but at least he doesn't have 2 spawns on the board to be able to have 7 mana. What would have been now 8 mana. Echoes of Eternity, that's horrifying. We find a Plains. We're going to set up Varigoth and foretell this Doomscar, I think. Swing in for 1 with the Elderfang Disciple. Opponent goes to 12. Did he gain life at some point? Or have we really only dealt 8 damage? I feel like we did more. Our opponent just said, good game. Well, that's not fun. Echoes of Eternity is crazy. That was so much damage. And it's such an easy combo to assemble. I don't even know how much life we were at. Had he even hit us yet? You can just Echoes of Eternity into Glaring Fleshraker, and that's just enough to kill your opponent? No. Echoes of Eternity with 1 Fleshraker out. Echoes of Eternity. He got that down. Cast the Fleshraker, got a 2nd Fleshraker, and then all he did was cast It That Heralds the End. So an Echoes plus double Fleshraker, or even just 1 copy of Fleshraker that gets copied into any other colorless, just wins you the game. It is a budget deck. That's disgusting. I had a friend who ran an Eldrazi deck in Commander, and he God, he dumped a ton of money into that deck. That shit was like easily a $1 or $2 grand investment. It was disgusting, and Echoes of Eternity was always horrifying when it came out. Yeah, I'm gonna add that to the notes. I might do an Echoes of Eternity deck. We found 3 cards so far that I want to build decks around. Sapling Nursery, Valkyrie's Call, and I'm surprised that I'm really surprised actually that I never made an Echoes of Eternity deck. All right, that loss definitely not going in the video though. Leave match. You know, it's not looking real good for us. Let me take a look at the other cards that we had available to us. The other cards that we pulled. If I cut out Doomscar from the deck, because I do not like it, at that point, I think we just go mono black. Some other black cards that we haven't run yet. Draugr's Helm. Draugr Recruiter. We could add in Dusk Wielder as a 1-drop. It's 1 mana, 1/2, Elf Berserker with Boast. Pay 1. Target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. It's like, okay. Jarl of the Forsakens, kind of whatever. Carfell Kennel Masters, a 5 mana 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, up to 2 target creatures each get +1/+0 and gain indestructible until end of turn. That one's not terrible. It is a 5-drop though, and we've been struggling even just to hit our 4th land because this game hates us. Score an Effigy. We could foretell a Scarecrow. Cast it for 0 at a later turn. We could run Skull Raid. That one's actually a good card, or a decent card. 4 mana sorcery. Target opponent discards 2 cards. If fewer than 2 were discarded, that way you draw cards equal to the difference. Foretell for 1 and a black. We could add in Way Down to our deck. 1 black for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast a spell, exile a creature card from your graveyard. Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. That one kind of has synergy with our Priest of the Haunted Edge, right? We use Priest of the Haunted Edge. We kill something our opponent has. This goes to the graveyard, and then we can exile it to help pay for Way Down. But man, 1 black mana for -3/-3 until end of turn is not that much. We could run Wither Crown instead. 1 in a black for an aura enchantment. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature has base power 0 and has at the beginning of your upkeep you lose 1 life unless you sacrifice this creature. So if we cut out the 3 white cards that we have, we go, I think, maybe like 2 Wither Crown, 2 Way Down. Full playset of Skull Raid, and then a full playset of the 1-drop guy. Dusk Wielder. Or I could just go like a crazy combination of the other black cards. Just go 1 Way Down, 1 Wither Crown, 1, maybe 1 more Raise the Draugr, and then 1 Karfell Kennel Master. All right, let's swap to mono black. I really wanted to fit the Revitalize into the deck. Shieldmate's kind of whatever. I don't mind losing that. The one of Invoke the Divine I did kind of like. Doomscar gone. Get rid of the plains. Go up to 24 snow-covered swamps. What was the 1-drop? Something Shrieker? No. Dusk Wielder. Dusk. To add in a full playset of Dusk Wielder. I am going to run 2 copies of Raise the Draugr. Skull Raid, that's going in the deck. Is it not called Skull Raid? Why can't I remember any of the names of the cards that I just spoke about? Is it 2 words, maybe? It's 2 words. Run a full playset of Skull Raid. Let me get 2 of the 5-drops. Two Kennel Masters, and then give me 2 Wither Grounds. Karfell Kennel Master. Wither Crown. And let's go with 1 of the gates at least. 1 gate of the Black Dragon. That should be fine. Okay, let's see if this feels any better. Yeah, I really just did not enjoy the Doomscars. I'm really not used to playing around with that card. And there, we don't have any way to protect our 4-drop. We don't have any way to protect our Draugr Necromancer when we cast Doomscar. If we could keep the Necromancer on the field while we wipe the board, then that would be sick. And that'd be a ton of value that we'd gain. But we just don't have a way to give Indestructible at instant speed in this deck. We didn't draw into that as an option. Or we didn't open that from any of the packs as an option. Okay, right now we're still 6 and 7 with the deck. No, we're 7 and 9. That means we're 1 loss. Well, we can only afford to take 1 more loss. We would have to go 3-0 or 3-1 for the deck to be a success. Opponent plays turn 1 Stitcher Supplier. They're running Insidious Roots. This is a really, really bad matchup for us, actually. They want stuff in their graveyard, and now we're running more discard effects. Okay. They discarded Ulamog, which is shuffled their cards back. What? Why? What? Oglor, Devoted Assistant, 2-mana 1/1 Homunculus. Whenever a creature card is put into your graveyard from your library or hand, it perpetually gains. When this card leaves your graveyard, create a tapped 2/2 black zombie creature token. Interesting. They want to self-mill with Oglor out, but then by having the Ulamog in their deck, this returns the cards from the graveyard into their library, and as it leaves the graveyard, they create a tapped 2/2 black zombie creature token. That's cool. Let's see. Yeah, let's just go Grim Draugr. Draugr will save us. Easy day. We can swing the Elder Fang Disciple, but then he blocks with Stitcher Supplier. So don't think I want to give him free access to mill. All right, he mills an Ulamog off the top. It shuffles itself back. He gets a tapped 2/2. That is really interesting. Mesmeric Orb, that's really terrifying. I don't think we win. Actually, we can win this. You know how we win this? Necromancer should just counter him, but we need to find it. Wither Crown gets milled. There goes one of our fucking Necromancers. That's super unlucky. We'll make our opponent discard 2 cards, but he wants stuff in the graveyard, so that's not good. Insidious Roots is what he discards, and a Tempest Heart. We say no attacks, so that way he can't just get value off the Stitcher Supplier. Maybe I should have set up Varagoth. No, it won't matter. If we put Varagoth... Oop, there goes a Narcomoeba. His deck is so cool. I can't even hate on it. The Narcomoeba returned itself. He got a 2/2 as well. Fuck. Oglor is super cool. I loved him with cards that put themselves back on top of the deck because you could mill it over and over and get a ton of different instances of when this leaves on one card. Yeah. We're going to mill 8 with Mesmeric Orb here. Anything but Draugr. There goes our second Necromancer. I can play the Skull Raid. We get to draw 2. We actually draw into the Necromancer. This is huge. This is like our only chance to maybe get back in this game. Unfortunately, our opponent's about to mill 10, which is kind of a lot. His board presence may just be too strong. If we had gotten Draugr Necromancer 1 turn sooner. He's only made 1 creature so far, so it's actually not that bad. And he hard casts a Narcomoeba here. He's gonna swing Stitcher Supplier for sure. I'm just gonna block one of the 3/2s. Take 4, we go to 16. We're gonna mill a ton, whatever. He does have a brew back in the deck, so he does have an alternate win con besides making a bunch of 2/2s. Play the Draugr Necromancer here. Wither Crown. I'm gonna put this on a token. And say no attacks. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna hit him with the hello. I'm gonna BM. I want him to concede to the Draugr Necromancer. I need him to concede to it. Why did I think cards getting milled would get exiled by the Necromancer? We don't have a board wipe. Why did I think this? There goes the Ulamog. He's going to make a ton of 2/2s. We lose the game. Why did I think... Why did I think Necromancer just exiles things out of the graveyard? It exiles creatures that die. All right. Well, that's kind of awkward. All right, we're gonna take a game. We'll concede. Slight oversight. That can go in the video. That's fine. Our opponent's deck was cool. Let's leave the match. And now all we have to do is go 3-0 because we've taken 10 losses. 3-0. Easy day. We can do it for sure, guaranteed. I haven't decided what to do actually if a deck fails. I've been thinking about that for the budget brews. I'm like, what happens if we build a deck and it just can't work? What if I hit the 10 losses before the 10 wins? Do I just call it a fail? Do I post it anyway? Be like, hey, I tried building this deck on a budget. It doesn't work. Don't do it. Like Budget Dragons. Budget Dragons has never worked. The only good dragon that you can really run, I would say, is Lathless, because Lathless gets value from all the other really bad dragons that you would have to run. Maybe just make a fails of the month compilation. Well, I kind of want to post daily, right? So if I spend 2 to 4 hours recording a video, we're on hour 3 right now for a deck. Like, I can't just, save it for a fails of the month compilation later. I still need to make a video for that day. Am I just gonna throw away the 3 hours? I don't think I can afford that. Here we're gonna set up a Varagoth. Swing in for 1, set our opponent to 19. Our opponent plays Chalet, Voice of Plenty. I mean, it can work if you give a good end of video. Here's where we went wrong, study. I think I'm gonna have to. And I think this deck is gonna be the first one. Talk about bad matchups and weaknesses. Yeah, oof. We don't hit land number 4 for our Skull Raid. Do I think he blocks with Varagoth? No, right? It doesn't matter. Let's poison the cup, kill Chalet. Swing in for 3. That's it. I could go to the end of the video and just complain about the shuffler. Considering that this is like game number 6 where we've struggled to hit our land drops. I'd be like, the deck is awesome. It's incredible. Should have 100% win rates. However, the shuffler is rigged. It hates us. If we could just draw land number 4, it'd be undefeated. It'd be goated. Notably, we are missing land drop number 4 again. So it's 2 land drops in a row that we have missed. Also, we can't get through an invisible stalker. So that's game. Let's see. Spin it positively. Teach the audience what you can learn from the deck despite it having failed. Did any card surprise you? Or what general deck building principles does this failure teach us? Well, let's see. 1, I really have to pee. Oh, we went 0-2. Oh, yeah. 11 losses is fine because technically at 10 losses, we could still have won the next 3 games to tie it up, gone 10-10. But by taking the 11th loss, we for sure cannot win. Well, the thing is, we're playing... I don't know that the losses work for semi-sealed. You know why? You know what? This is why playing against another semi-sealed deck would be better. I know exactly why we lost. We lost because our card pool was just a bunch of cards from Kaldheim. That's why we lost. Like, there's literally only so much we can do. But if we were just playing like a best 3 out of 5, your semi-sealed deck versus my semi-sealed deck, it doesn't matter who wins or who loses. As long as, it doesn't matter. I gotta go pee real quick. Okay. Daragoth is mid. In theory, I should be recording this earlier in the day. So we could go back to everything that we opened. And if our first deck fails, we could try to run something else. Because yeah, while this is not a collab effort, failing to get the 10 wins, it doesn't really leave us much. Again, the lesson here, the only lesson is that a semi-sealed constructed deck isn't as good as regular constructed decks. That's not much of a lesson. We already know that. Let's see. Finn the Fangbearer. Runes, Spirit of the Alderguard. Brass and playing to the board don't go together. They don't. They don't. We could try to go Azorius. Azorius kind of interested me. I don't remember why. Oh, I do remember why. Azorius had some synergy with tapping down creatures and then running something like Iron Verdict. Deal 5 damage to target tapped creature. Wow, I didn't want to click on you. I don't know what hotkeys go back, but I wish I knew. Let's see. There was a giant card that was good. Oh, Glimpse of the Cosmos is a pretty good card as well. 2-mana sorcery, look at top 3 cards of your library. Put 1 into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. As long as you control a giant, you may cast this from your graveyard by paying a blue. Bergstrider was the giant that I liked. Icehide Troll is a really good card, but that one's in green. We could go... Could we go Simic? We could run Depart the Realm, which I kind of like. Broken Wings can get slotted in. We could run Bind the Monster. We do have Blizzard Brawl and Spirit of the Alderguard, actually. Path to the World Tree can help us search... that can help us with mana fixing if we need it. Frost Augur isn't terrible. Pay snow mana tap. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a snow card, you may reveal it, put it into your hand. For our deck, that's essentially just going to be 1 blue draw card. All right, you know what? I'm down. Let's give it a shot. I'm going to stop this recording. I think I'm going to delete the past 3 hours of footage, so that's fun. And we're going to give Simic a try. And if it still fails, it is what it is. I will scrap today's semi-sealed. I think Sultai is doing the most. I don't think 3 colors are necessary. Nah. Okay. So based off the cards that we've seen. Oh, you know what? It's whatever. I will need to redo the intro since I just deleted that. Deleted the footage that had it. Let's just make our Simic deck. All right. So Blizzard Brawl, definitely going in. I'll probably just look up Snow. That'll give us a lot of the cards that we are thinking about running. Frost Augur, that's going in. Bergstrider, that's going in. We did draw some Yetis. or we did open some Yetis, so that will possibly make it in. Eyeside Troll, yes. Blizzard Brawl, you'll love it. Spirit of the Alder Guard, phenomenal. Let's see. Did I see any of these other snow cards? No. I think Frostpeak Yeti's gonna have to go in. It's another 4-drop though. Frostpeak Yeti. Let's see. Oh, Glimpse the Cosmos, that's good. That'll definitely go in. We can run at least 1 copy of the Destroy Enchantment card. Maybe 2 copies of it. We run Path to the World Tree. It's probably not a bad idea. Just to guarantee that we hit our land drops. Yeah, Broken Wings. That's got to go in at least as a 1-of. I like Depart the Realm, and I do also kind of like Bind the Monster. 1 blue enchant creature. When Bind the Monster enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature. It deals damage to you equal to its power. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Yeah, maybe I don't like it that much. Could run Strategic Planning as well. So let me start with the 2 copies of Broken Wings. Not that artwork. No, that one's better. 2 copies of Broken Wings. We have 6 cards left to add. Let's see. I like Depart the Realm, I do. Oh, you know what? We're running blue. We could run the Cosmos Charger. 4 mana 3/3 Horse Spirit, Flash Flying. Foretelling cards from your hand cost 1 less and can be done on any player's turn. Are we running any Foretell cards yet? Nope. That's just a 4 mana 3/3 body. We already have 8 4-drops. It's kind of a lot. Let's go with, what is it? The Broken Path? Path to the World Tree. Run a playset of Path to the World Tree. That'll guarantee that we're able to hit. It makes it more likely that we'll hit our 4 and 5 drops. We'll have enough mana to cast our 4 and 5 drops. So we go Path to the World Tree. And then 2 copies, I think, of Depart the Realm. We look up our Snowlands. Grab full playset of Rimewood Falls. These Snowlands are fine. Let's go 10 of these. Get rid of the 10 islands. Add 10 snow-covered islands. Our ratio is perfectly evenly split. 18 blue and green cards in our deck. 50-50%. Beautiful. Got Frost Augur. Let's take a look. Got a full playset of Frost Augur, Blizzard Brawl, 2 copies of Depart the Realm, full playset of Glimpse the Cosmos, 4 copies Path to the World Tree, 2 copies of Broken Wings, full playset of Eyeside Troll, 4 copies of Frostpeak Yeti, 4 copies of Spirit of the Alder Guard, and 4 copies of Bergstrider. Bergstrider is the only giant in our deck, which is unfortunate. This is a Yeti, and that is a Troll. But Glimpse the Cosmos says, 1 in a blue sorcery, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 of them into your hand, the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. As long as you control a giant, you may cast this card from your graveyard by paying a blue rather than paying its mana cost. If you cast this card this way, it would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. Okay, this is fine. We won't be able to cast it out of the graveyard until later in the game, but that's okay. We have Path to the World Tree. Actually, do we want to add in more colors of mana? We could add a snow land in each of the colors. Technically, we could, yeah. We could run in more of the dual snow lands, so that way we can actually sacrifice Path to the World Tree. Pay 2 in Wooburg. Sacrifice this enchantment. You gain 2 life, draw 2 cards. Target opponent loses 2 life. This enchantment deals 2 damage to up to 1 target creature, and you create a 2/2 green bear creature token. 7 mana. Our mana base would become very funky looking. I had nothing in hand and they just rage quit because I tapped holding control. That is hilarious. That is hilarious to do in an event. That's hella funny. Let's see. What do you think about trying to fit in all 5 colors of mana just so that we can possibly activate Path to the World Tree? Worth fucking up our mana base or no? Because right now we have a perfectly even split of green and blue. So our mana base should be really solid. I don't think we should. Okay, good. Because I didn't really want to do it. But it was just a consideration. Okay, semi-sealed. HM 2. All right, that is our deck. Should be pretty solid, honestly. I've run a lot of these cards, whereas in the mono black deck, I'd run like none of those cards before. Not very many. I think I've used the 2-drop before, Priest of the Haunted Edge. I'm pretty sure I've used him before. And Elder Fang, Disciple, that / different versions of it like Virus Beetle, I definitely have. But most of the other zombies definitely have not. Yeah, I don't know. This should be fine. We're going first. We'll keep 7. This hand is a little bit slow. We have nothing for turn 1 or 2. But on turn 3, we get to play the Ice Hide Troll, which is really good both offensively and defensively. 2 and a green for a 2/3 Troll Warrior. This says pay 2 snow mana. This creature gets +2/+0 and gains indestructible till end of turn. Tap it. So if you activate that after you have declared it as an attacker, it'll swing in for 4 damage and be indestructible. And you don't care that it's being tapped because you're already tapped and attacking. And then defensively, it's a good blocker because, again, it goes up to 4 power, becomes indestructible. And if you've already declared it as a blocker, then the fact that you're tapping the Ice Side Troll does not matter. Turn 4, we get Spirit of the Alder Guard. That is sick. Our opponent has a lot of blue mana up, so I want to see if they have any interaction. We don't bait anything with our attack. I'm going to be conservative. I'm going to play the Frostpeak Yeti. It sticks. I really wish I'd played the Spirit of the Alder Guard. I was trying to bait out a counterspell. Nothing came out. Oh, they play Outcaster Greenblade. 2 and a green for a 3/4. Well, for a 1/2. It says when this creature enters, search your library for a basic land card or a desert card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. It gets +1/+1 for each desert you control. Now, our Frostpeak Yeti says we can pay 2 mana. This creature can't be blocked this turn. Let's see. Spirit of the Alder Guard. When it enters, we get to search our library for a snow land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. This gets +1/+0 for each other snow permanent you control. We're going to play Spirit of the Alder Guard. We're going to tutor another forest. We're going to play this as our forest or as our land for turn. We're going to Blizzard Brawl and have our Spirit of the Alder Guard fight Outcaster Greenblade. Blizzard Brawl says, choose target creature you control and target creature you don't control. If you control 3 or more snow permanents, the creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Then those creatures fight. In fact, I should have used one of these 2 creatures to attack. I did just miss out on 1 point of damage, but that's fine. We swing in for 5. We set our opponent to 13. They play another Outcaster Greenblade. They get to search for another land. They find a second Lush Oasis. We go down to 17. From here, we could make the Yeti unblockable. If we swing out, he probably trades Spirit of the Elder Guard with a green blade anyway. We would connect for 7 damage. If we pump the Eyesight Troll, 7 damage is pretty good. Let's start with Glimpse the Cosmos. We're gonna look at the top 3 cards of our library. You may put 1 into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. We could grab Path to the World Tree, which we would use to then find a basic. Or we could just take a land anyway. I'll just take the land anyway. Rimewood Falls. We'll play that. Go to combat. Swing. And we see how he blocks. I don't think he's going to block the Yeti, so there's no point in making it unblockable. He is going to trade with Spirit of the Elder Guard. So here we pump the Eyesight Troll. We connect for 7. We set our opponent down to 6. We're in a pretty decent spot, I think. Our opponent has a ton of cards in hand, but like I don't know what he's doing with them. He plays an Elfsworn Giant. He's going to get to make a 1/1. That's fine. That is perfectly fine. Frostpeak Yeti, we can just make this unblockable. Go to combat, swing in 3. Set our opponent down to 3, play out a second Frostpeak Yeti. He either needs to gain 4 life or kill one of our Yetis. Or both of our Yetis, actually. He plays Bribery. Search target opponent's library for a creature card. Put that card onto the battlefield under your control. Then that player shuffles. None of our creatures save him. Bergstrider gets close. He'll get to tap down one of our creatures. And it won't untap during our next untap step. So I'm glad I played out second Yeti. Oh, yeah, I'm glad we played out second Yeti. All right, good game. Good game 1. That was cool. I wasn't sure that we'd get that much value off of the Frostpeak Yeti. It's definitely a card that I usually overlook. But that won us the game. So good job, Yeti. Good game 1. I need to add a note. Semi-sealed notes, reset everything. Back to game 1. Hey, Rooker, you know what's funny? We didn't use any of the rares that we opened from our packs. This is an artisan deck. We are rocking an artisan deck right meow. Isn't that neat? What Planeswalker did we pick before? I do not recall.
I think I've got it.
Who did we pick? Oh, I don't know, but let's go with Vivian. It's either that or Oko. Oko, I don't think is suitable for children. Although no children really play Magic. It's all young men. Young to middle-aged men. I'm kind of feeling the Vivian, though. We're going with the Snowland theme. I mean, he's got a scarf and a 6-pack. But I like Vivian's coat. Let's go Vivian. Yeah, she is. Well, she's green, too. But I mean, Oko is normally Simic. If anything, he's even more fitting. Isn't he normally Simic? I don't think he's Dimir. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's Simic normally. I'm kind of feeling the Hunter's Hound. Oh, actually, Frost Cub would just be better. Oh, Bjorn would even be best. Snow bear. We have a bear. Well, it's like a spirit bear. Oh, no. This is the companion. Snowy. Haven't used him yet. Oh, look at that. When you click on him, he has a little effect. That's dope. All right, card sleeves. There was a Snowland card sleeve. We're going to find that one again. And while all of these load, I'll pull up my Untapped. Look up my opponent's name. Our opponent's name was funny_name. Okay. Funny name. Win. Yes, you're going in the video. Game 2. Save. And the Snowland was like... Ooh, I thought we were close. Somewhere around here, I think. Boom, there it is. Easy day. All right, now that we got all of our drip, there's no way that we can lose from here. Easy day. Ah, man. Oh, hey, how's your event going? By now, you must have gotten your 7 wins. I want to see you succeed, which seems inevitable with such powerful drip, but I need to sleep soon. You did win? That's good. And get your sleep, man. It's all good. It's late as hell for you. But congrats on getting your 7. We're going first. We have a Glimpse the Cosmos into an Icehide Troll. It seems pretty good. Yeah, it's all good, man. I will see you in the next stream. Yeah, I'm not sure how long I'm staying up. Probably until I get the 10 wins. And then I'll probably call it. I don't think I'll do editing. I don't think I'll do any editing tonight. I'll probably have to save it for the morning. It's the only way you can free to play MTG. Gotta get them events won. It's a good thing that you're, you know, a good enough player to be able to get the wins. So that's good. Here on turn 2, we're going to cast Path to the World Tree. I'm going to use this to grab a snow-covered island. We'll get this out of our deck, so that way we are less likely to draw into it. And that's land number 5, which is all our deck needs, because our top end is the Bergstrider at 5 mana. We draw into another land anyway. That's fine. Our opponent played Dragoon's Lance. 1 in away for an artifact equipment with job select. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and is a knight in addition to its other types. During your turn, equipped creature has flying. So he has a 2/1 token with flying. We play out our Icehide Troll. Right, 2 and a green, 2/3. We can pay 2 snow, give it +2/+0 and indestructible until end of turn. Our opponent plays an Insatiable Skittermaw. 2 and a black for a 2/2 insect horror with menace. Void at the beginning of your end step. If a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or spell was warped this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay, that's kind of neat. I think we're definitely killing that with a Blizzard Brawl this turn. So let's start with... Oh, I can't activate you. Let's start with Glimpse of the Cosmos. Look at the top 3. We put 1 into our hand. Tough decision. Could be any card. What are you guys feeling? The middle one? Let's go with the middle card. Let's grab that. Let's Blizzard Brawl. Because we have 3 snow permanents, our creature will get +1/+0 and indestructible. We'll have the troll fight the Skittermaw. Skittermaw will die. We get to connect for 3 damage. Still gonna have you up for a short while I get ready for bed. Icehide Troll makes me unreasonably happy. I think it was one of the first cards in the artisan community that I thought was good and nobody else did. That turned out being decent. That's pretty dope. You got to recognize its value. It's good. Underrated for sure. I don't see a lot of people running snow decks, but even the ones that do, I don't think I see the troll super often in them. Our opponent casts Shredder's Revenge. Pay 3 mana, choose 1. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life is what they chose. We top deck a Spirit of the Alder Guard. That's really good. We needed another creature. So we'll play this out. It has power equal to the number of snow lands we have. So it is a 6/4. We'll swing in for 2, set our opponent to 13. Now this whole time our opponent has had a Fountain Port Bell out. They can pay 1, sacrifice this artifact to draw a card. When it entered, they search for a basic land card, reveal it, and put it on top of their library. We are good on lands though. We really don't want to draw anymore. Our opponent plays Susurian Dirgecraft. When it enters, each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice. I think it's got to be the Eyesight Troll. That's just it. We got to let it go. It's got Fire Breathing and Indestructible on demand. Annoying card. Need more lands to pump Spirit of the Elder Guard. Yes, yes. We definitely need even more lands. Let's see. We have the Broken Wings. We can destroy an artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Spacecrafts are artifacts. Swing in with Spirit of the Elder Guard. They probably chump here. Their token's gonna die. I can hold the Broken Wings. So let's go Path to the World Tree. Get another land out of our deck. Hopefully we don't see any more. We've already drawn 9 of them. We'll end the turn here. That's really unfortunate. They have removal for our Spirit of the Elder Guard. Well, Spirit's going to die, and our opponent gets to make a food token. They're going to sacrifice their Fountain Port Belt to draw a card. I am going to... Do I still hold the Broken Wings? Do I think they'll have a flying creature? In black, Eyesight Troll would never have died there. You're absolutely correct. I'm going to destroy... the Dirgecraft. I'm going to destroy their spacecraft right now. Just to make use out of our mana. We top deck a land here. I was going to say I will cry. We don't. We top deck an Eyesight Troll, which is phenomenal. And we pass. We are super low on gas. But we have a lot of good top decks. Another Troll, the Yeti, Spirit of the Elder Guard, or Bergstrider. All of these would be good top decks. When this enters, our opponent makes a 0/4 defender wall. That's fine. Eyesight Troll can beat through the wall. Maybe not. Whenever one or more non-creature, non-land permanent spells you control enter, put +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. That's concerning. Don't play anything. Wait, Eyesight Troll, I can activate this multiple times. Eyesight Troll can still get through this wall, even if you play something here and it gets a counter. He's maybe looking to just equip the Lance. He casts Commune with Evil. Look at the top 4 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You gain 3 life. That is fine. Man, I really wish we had a way to activate Path to the World Tree here. No edicts. I'm hoping. He's got none. He threw away a Dubious Delicacy. That actually would have gotten rid of our guy. He got rid of another Commune with Evil, and he got rid of a Purging Stormbrood. Whatever he kept, it must have been pretty good. Glimpse of the Cosmos, phenomenal top deck. We want to see a Bergstrider. We don't. We see second Troll, that's okay. We take second Troll. We go to combat, we swing Eyesight Troll. Go to blockers, we see if they block with the wall. They do. So we activate Eyesight Troll. Even if they did not block, we still would have activated our Troll. However, we have no mana up to give our Trolls indestructible right now if he has a removal spell. So let's see what he's got. Let's see what he kept in his hand. Or kept from the top 4. The final part of his class says, pay 5 mana. Ugh, that sucks. He had a board wipe. That's a major bummer. Ugh, if we had had more mana still, our trolls could have been safe. I don't know. I don't think it was too greedy playing out the second troll there. But apparently it was. Our opponent plays Virtue of Persistence. At the beginning of your upkeep, put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. That's pretty bad. Although, we're going to be able to swing in for 11 damage here. We set our opponent down to 5. What does he grab? His dragon? One of our trolls? Spirit of the Alderguard would do nothing. Watch them steal a Spirit of the Alderguard and get confused. Yeah, that's right. He's looking at our graveyard. There's no way he grabs Spirit of the Alderguard, right? And if he grabs a troll, he doesn't have the snow mana to make it indestructible. Okay, he's grabbing his own dragon. He's grabbing the Storm Brood. When it enters, remove all counters from up to 1 target creature. That's fine. Resolve. It's just a 4/4 flying with ward, pay 2 life. Got 2 cards in hand. He can activate this land. He can pay 5, sack this land, discover 4, activate only as a sorcery. 11/4, that's a big body. You know you wanted, opponent. He did not. He was smart enough to not steal the Spirit of the Alderguard. We're looking good. We can swing 3 unblockable next turn. Although, I did read out his enchantment class earlier. He's going to be able to return target non-creature and non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. I think his spacecraft? Yes. That puts a +1/+1 counter on his Storm Brood. We have to sack something. We sack Spirit of the Alderguard. Our opponent is still on a 2-turn clock. He's looking at the Frostpeak Yeti. He's probably surprised that we left that on the field. But now that he's reading it, I'm sure he's crapping his pants a little bit. 2 turns, no removal. That's all we need. 2 turns of no removal. All right, he's going to station his spacecraft because he knows there's no point in holding up the Purging Storm Brood because it can't block. He's also going to equip his Dragoon's Lance to the Storm Brood. We go to combat, we swing 3, we set our opponent to 3. We end the turn. Normally, I would just dump our snow-covered island. Oh, wait a minute. Did we lose? No. He has nothing good to bring back from the graveyard. And he doesn't have a second Dirgecraft that he can bring back. He grabs the Spirit of the Alderguard. He's going to fail to find a snow land in his deck. All right, I think we win this. 2 cards in hand, no removal. He can activate his Courtyard. When this, let's see, this deals 4 damage to target tapped creature an opponent controls. Are you fucking kidding me? There's no fucking way. Yeti was our best out. And now we're on a turn, 2-turn clock. We lose. There's nothing we can do. That's so fucking horribly unlucky. That's so ass, dude. We deserve that win. And we even managed to top deck the second Yeti. It was super close, but I'm pissed that we didn't get that. We deserve that win. The only thing that we could have done differently to win that match was the turn that I played out the second troll. If I had not played out the second troll and instead held up mana to make the first troll indestructible during our opponent's turn when they put the board wipe into their hand. That's it. That's the only thing that I think could have won us the game. Man. Should have played around the board wipe. In the deck, we have counter spells. We have Saw It Coming and Disdainful Stroke. We could try running those in the deck. Saw It Coming might not be that bad. Even just like as a 2-of, might not be that bad. Oh, we also have the Lit Jara Mirror Lake. We could run this. It's not a snow land, but we could run it. We're going first. Pretty slow hand. We have no creature until Spirit of the Alderguard, so we have to hope that we hit something good off the Glimpse of the Cosmos. All right, the more you think, you got to sleep. But you said, the more I think, though, the more I think the series should have collabs, and the more I think I'd be down to do it. Also, if you want success, just pick Modern Horizons 3 next time. You're correct. It's a very good recommendation. Oh, we find a Bergstrider here. That's pretty sick. We'll put this into our hand. We do not need the Broken Wings. I think this will be a lot of fun as a collaborative series. There's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Content that I watch where people are, you know, setting up their own garbage deck restricting rules, and they have a lot of fun playing it. They have a lot of fun with their own, essentially their own formats. Let's go tap land, Path to the World Tree. We will grab a forest and pass. Yeah, I could remove the Depart the Realms and go with Saw It Coming for our deck instead. Opponent plays Brewback. We have an answer in the deck to Brewback, but we would need to find it. And our only answer for Brewback is Blizzard Brawl. I mean, we do have Depart the Realm. We could bounce the Brewback to our opponent's hand. If we save this for a turn where our opponent tries to like one-shot combo us to death, it could be enough to keep us alive. So maybe we need to foretell this right now. Let's foretell you. We'll cast Broken Wings to destroy Teferi's tutelage. We go to combat, we swing our 5/4 Spirit of the Alderguard. Our opponent's not going to block with Brewvac. We already saw him throw one Brewvac into the graveyard. So I think it's unlikely that he has the third copy in hand. But he might. Our opponent plays Ashiok. I just recently found out how amazing she is. I keep thinking it's a she. There's definitely a dude. But Ashiok is awesome. Great card. Ooh, okay. We got options here. I can kill the Ashiok if I want. I can cast Bergstrider, tap down the Brewvac, swing Alderguard into the Ashiok. Or we just go face. Let's go face Spirit of the Alderguard. He does not block with Brewvac. If I play this Spirit of the Alderguard, we still have 1 blue for Depart the Realm. And then we save. We can't search our library. Oh. Oops. Anyway. Next turn, we can tap down the Brewvac with the Bergstrider if we need it, and hopefully that's enough for lethal. Spirit of the Alderguard has +1/+0 for each no permanent we control. Bergstrider adds 2 more damage to our board. Land plus the Bergstrider makes both of our Spirit of the Elder Guards go to 9. We're about to mill 4. We mill 8. We're not dead yet, so I don't need to bounce the brew back. We're at 25. Oh yeah, we could also just bounce the brew back, tap down Cloudkin Seer, and then swing in for lethal. All right, our opponent scooped. We had that game in the bag. We were in a very good position. Nice. Okay. It's a little bit crazy, but I think I want to cut out one of our lands. Cut out a Broken Wings. Go up to a 3rd copy of Depart the Realm. And then give me 1 copy of Saw It Coming. I'm not much of a counterspell player. Depart the Realm is more my style. I love the card Fading Hope to just return blockers to my opponent's hand. Ooh. Oh, what am I doing with my hair? It's fucking me up that this is mirrored. I'm trying to look at my own face, but it's mirrored. Depart the Realm is more my style. Double Broken Wings probably isn't necessary. Having a 1-of in the deck, probably fine enough. And then the 1-of Counterspell, also probably good enough. And with how much land tutoring we have between Path to the World Tree and Spirit of the Elder Guard, going down to 23 lands I think is fine. And I am going to keep 10 forests and cut back 1 island, even though we are slightly heavier in blue, because our ability to tutor lands with Path to the World Tree is more important. But we're 2-1 with the deck. It's a good start. It's a good start so far. Oof. Back. Oh, dude, I really hope Rooker does want to do the collab. This will be so much more enjoyable if it's a semi-sealed deck going up against another semi-sealed deck. Our opponent's going first. And also, the recording can be so much faster. 10 games takes a lot of time. 10 wins takes a lot of time. And if our deck is losing like it was before, and we end up going to like game number 20, it takes forever. But if I'm playing against Rooker, we're just going to play a best 3 out of 5. In fact, yo, let me pull up my Twitch real quick. I'm going to go hit up. Where is he? I could have sworn I got the notification from him. Ah, yes. Turd Gobbler is alive. Our opponent played Authority of the Consuls. Do I want to set up an Ice Hide Troll here? I'll save that for turn 5, actually. Let's go Path to the World Tree. Let's go grab another land. If we wait until turn 5 to cast our Ice Hide Troll, then we can protect it from any removal spell. Well, not any removal spell that our opponent might have, but from, you know, destroy removal spells. Play out Soul Warden. This says whenever attacks, conjure. Oh, this card's so dumb. This says conjure a Sanguine Bond into the top 15 cards of your library. It costs 0 mana, and when it enters, you get to draw a card. Like, that's an absolutely absurd card to run. We're gonna play Frostpeak Yeti. Our opponent will gain a life. Our opponent will gain 2 life. They're up to 27. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I should pull up my Twitch on my phone. That way I can message Turd Gobbler and then actually hear his response. We lose this game. There's nothing we can do against the life gain. It's whatever. I'll save. I'm going to go take a leak. All right, I am back. Let's get into game number 5. We are 2-2. And I need to message Turd Gobbler. Maybe I should hit him up in the Discord, actually. That might be better. Let's see, what's he doing right now? He's doing standard. He's brewing for a fun tournament, he said. Oh, man. I'm really hungry. His stream was supposed to be over already. All right, our opening hand looks good. Looks even better now. We can go turn 1, Frost Augur. 1 mana, 1/2. Pay a snow mana, tap, look at the top card of your library. If it's a snow card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. So it's pretty much 1 mana tap, draw a card, which is pretty good. There's only, let's see. Actually, we have a decent amount of cards that aren't a draw. We have 12 cards, 13 that would not draw based off of the Frost Augur. It's like 1 in 4. Okay, let's see. Marionette Apprentice. 2 mana, 1/2, fabricate 1. When this creature or another artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life. We don't have a way to remove that. We can use this turn to get down our tap land, and also I can draw with Frost Augur at instant speed. As much as I would like to just get it out of the way to play optimally. We wait for our opponent to go to combat, or we wait for their end step, and then we'll draw with the Frost Augur. Because if he wants to like swing out, we could like block the greedy freebooter, right? Our opponent plays Priest of Gix. That's pretty interesting. 3 mana, 2/1. When this creature enters, add triple black to your mana pool. That's a cool card that I haven't seen anyone utilize. I wonder if he has his Discord open. I don't know what just happened. Oh, our opponent casts Fanatical Offering. As additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice an artifact or creature, draw 2 cards, and create a map token. So he sacks his greedy freebooter. That will allow him to scry and create a treasure token when it dies. Very good card. I love running it in my decks. Chthonian Nightmare. Chthonian Nightmare. Rooker was actually talking about this card earlier today. Oh my god. I get it. Just pass the priority, man. Enchantment. When this enters, you get 3 energy counters. You can pay X energy counters, sacrifice a creature, return this enchantment to its owner's hand, return target creature card with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield, activate only as a sorcery. This is something that we definitely want to destroy. But I don't think we'll be able to. At instant speed, he can just bounce this to his hand. That's like really bad. Do we just hold up Broken Wings? Hope that he activates the Chthonian Nightmare, and then in response we destroy it before he can bounce it to his hand? That's kind of rough. Oh man, my hip is bugging me. I've been sitting here for too long. How long have I been streaming? Like 5 hours? 4? Only 4? My leg's already bugging me. Let's see if they activate the Nightmare here. What? We don't get to Broken Wings in response? That's so stupid. Because it's part of the cost? You return it to your hand? That's dumb. That's so dumb. How are you supposed to interact with that card? Oh my god, how the fuck do you spell it? And why is it not showing up in the untap now? Are you actually shitting me? It's just stupid. Chthonian Nightmare. That's so stupid. When it enters, you get 3. Damn it does say activate only as a sorcery. I'm stupid. All right, I threw that. I thought he could activate that at instant speed. Also, how was that game number 5? It was game number 5. We were 2-2, and I threw that game. All right, that one's my bad. Keep 7. Cool. All right, let's play our tap lane. Man, I really want to reach out to Turd Gobbler right now. Let's foretell the saw it coming. I'm just worried he won't appreciate me hitting him up while he's streaming, even though I'm also streaming. Frost Augur. Scute Swarm? Yeah, we're countering that for sure. We only got the 1 counter in our deck, but that's a really good target. Let's go. Spirit of the Elder Guard. Do we need 6 mana for anything? 5 is fine. We can grab a dual land here. I'll swing at the Tower Archer. He doesn't want to trade with the Frost Augur, so he'll take the 1. You'll take the 1. Defense of the Heart. Don't I need 3 creatures? Okay, so I just can't play a 3rd creature. Not until one of ours dies first. Well, let's draw a card with Frost Augur. I will reveal the Spirit of the Elder Guard. We'll draw that. Go to combat, swing our Spirit of the Elder Guard. He does block. And we end the turn. Still can't play another creature. Not unless we find our 1 of enchantment removal in the deck. The Broken Wings. Which we might. Our opponent played Innkeeper's Talent. They leveled it up to level 2. Let's go to Glimpse of the Cosmos. Hope we hit the Broken Wings. We do not. Grab another Troll, I guess. Swing in for 8 damage. We set our opponent down to 12. It's the final part of the talent. If you would put 1 or more counters on a permanent, you get twice instead. It's fine. He only has 3 cards in hand. I'm not super worried about what he has going on. He has the World Tree, but he doesn't have nearly enough to activate it. Can we get 5 more? 5, 1, 2. We get another land. The land is 3, 4. We add like 4 more damage to our board. We're at 8. We get him down to 1, but then that would activate the defense of the heart. That sucks. All right. Yeah, it's fine. That sucks. We're 1 point of damage short. If we could have gotten 5 snow permanents down there, we could have won. Instead, we could only make 4. He actually randomly generates a Berg Strider off of this Ornate Imitations, which is crazy. Okay. So what we can do here is we can swing in the Spirit of the Alder Guard. He's going to have to chump block it. And when he chump blocks that, it will allow us to set up a Frostpeak Yeti, which in theory kills him in 2 turns, you know? In theory. Go to damage. Oh, Spirit of the Alder Guard? He doesn't even kill it. Well, that's fine. Let's draw a card with Frost Augur then. It's another Frost Augur. End the turn. Well, that sucks. I kind of wanted Spirit of the Alder Guard to die. Our opponent's really keeping us held back with this Defense of the Heart. We play a 3rd creature. I know we just lose the game.
Oh, I've made lots
But we're kind of dying in the process anyway. Man, this really sucks. 1 point of damage. And we die. We're 1 damage short from being able to kill last turn. That loss sucks. Yeah, this just is not going to work for me. Not playing that game. Not even a little bit. Well, I might just have to give up on the semi-sealed. Kaldheim is just not strong enough of a set to win any of these matches. Terrible opening hand. Oh, hi, Blizzard Brawl. Could have used you forever ago. Let's activate Frost Augur, draw a card. We draw a land. Still no green sources. That was our 3rd island. Heraldic Banner. Chose green. Tap the Frost Augur, draw a card. Hope we hit a mountain, or I mean a forest, but naturally we do not. To foretell the depart the realm, I guess. Ah, man, I'm getting really hungry now too. Now that I've realized I'm hungry, I'm getting really fucking hungry. Finally hit green mana. We can play Spirit of the Alder Guard here. Grab a forest. No attacks. Pass. Scorpion God. That's a cool card. Just say no blocks. We'll take the 7. We can go Blizzard Brawl here, kill the Scorpion God. At least I think. I didn't read it. Well, it's going to come back, but we can do that. We can kill the O'Hare. O'Hare. It's fine. And that comes back to play Frost Augur. Go to combat, swing 10. Set our opponent down to 10, and we get to hold up the Depart the Realm. So whatever he plays here, we should be able to bounce it. He's going to Doomscar us. Let's save our Spirit of the Alderguard, I guess. It's really lame. Really lame. Ornithopter of Paradise. Cast the Spirit of the Alderguard again. Grab a blue source. Play this. Path to the World Tree. Grab a green. And we pass. Berg Strider, tap down his thing. Wimps the Cosmos. Let's do nothing. Swinging for 8. We set our opponent down to 2. If he leaves Ornithopter of Paradise up as a blocker, we can kill it with Broken Wings. I don't care. Oh, wow. A Doomscar. It's fucking awesome. We just lost 4 games in a row, dude. I don't fucking care about this deck anymore. 2 and 5. Can we double Yeti? There's no fucking way we're 1 mana short. We can't even double Yeti. So dumb. Yeti threatens lethal. In theory. Even if we win, like I don't care. We can't win. He's got a bunch of things with trample. There's 16, that's 17 points. We can't even. All right. Yeah, I'm giving up on the semi-sealed. Fuck no, I didn't have fun. Board wipe me twice. Fuck you. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Excuse me. Yeah, it's late. We're gonna call it here. We're gonna call it semi-sealed a failure. I'm gonna have to redo my intro. I think I'm gonna have to redo my intro. Do I still have? It's probably in downloads. At least I hope it is. Semi-sealed intro. Semi-sealed intro short. Welcome to semi-sealed. I don't need it to be a short. Where is just the intro script? Oh, final. There we go. Welcome to semi-sealed. That's not it either. Semi-sealed intro clip final. Jesus. Do I mention winning 10? Did I open 10 packs here? No, that's 8. I just high rolled and got 2 extras, 2 extra rares. Okay, I don't mention trying to win 10 games. That's good. I can still use the semi-sealed intro. I don't have to cut out like that section. Hmm. Yeah, I think we'll just call it there. Maybe I'll play some ranked in the meantime while I wait for my food.